Good morning, everyone. This is day 3 of the Lori Vallow trial for the conspiracy to commit murder of Brandon Boudreaux. Now, last Friday, we left off with Detective Pillar's testimony, and we were supposed to start with Detective Pillar's testimony again today in direct examination by the state prosecutor. However, I don't know what happened. I don't know if there's a hiccup or if there's a scheduling issue, but we are starting with a different witness this morning. Now, when everyone was gathering in the courtroom today, because the courtroom, the trial's supposed to be starting at 10:30 a.m. However, when people were coming on in, they had a sidebar, and then the judge asked everyone to clear out of the courtroom. And so Nate Eaton was reporting how we all left the courtroom and we're all like standing in front and we don't know what's going on. So we don't know what happened yet, but I'm sure the news outlets, hopefully they'll find out later on. But eventually everyone is let back into the courtroom again, and Detective Pillar is not testifying on the stand. It seems like he'll be testifying again later on sometime, maybe today or later on this week. So we're doing a different witness right now. We still don't know what happened in the courtroom today. We don't know what went down with the drama and all that stuff, but hi guys, how are you doing today? Day 3. All right, let's do this. Oh, this is Detective Pillar, by the way. He was testifying on the stand. And I'll just read Nate Eaton's tweets, I guess. One of the biggest days we've seen as far as public turnout. Every seat is full. People began lining up outside at 5:30 a.m. Oh my goodness. Trina, that's the state prosecutor, is sitting at the prosecutor's table with Pillar and her paralegal. I've been referring to her as Trina in these updates rather than Kay. Yeah, to prevent the confusion with Kay Woodcock. I kept getting it mixed up as well. Not everyone's able to get into the courtroom. People are lining up outside to get in after lunch. Now, I'm anticipating the reason why people are lining up and it's so busy today. Apparently last Friday, it was kind of like not too bad in terms of like the turnout. But I'm assuming Monday, because of this detective who's testifying, maybe they think this detective is going to put everything together in a larger picture for the jury for them to understand. All right, so not everyone was able to get in. There are people lining up to get into for the lunch hour. The judge asked for a sidebar with all the parties. They all approached the bench. White noise is played in the courtroom. Judge has asked everyone to clear the courtroom. And we're headed outside to the lobby area. Still waiting outside the courtroom. Unclear what the issue has come up, but Judge Justin Boreski will likely explain, even vaguely, once we are allowed back in. A Department of Corrections officer was part of the sidebar. He just walked outside of the courtroom. Correction administrator. Sidebar still continues, still waiting outside the courtroom. We're being let back into the courtroom. Lori and her team remain at the table. Judge is not at the bench. Trina K is next to Pillar and her paralegal. Jury has not been brought in the courtroom at all today. Boreski is on the bench. Judge, he asks for the jury to be brought in and tells Trina K to get her next witness. This is unusual, as we were in the middle of Pillar's testimony on Friday. He is not on the witness stand today, not on the witness stand. Instead, Trina walks in with another witness. The judge thanks the juror for their patience, jury, I guess. He says an issue came up and not to speculate what happened. He says we're moving on to another witness. His name is Daniel Moss. So we don't know what happened. We don't know if it's a scheduling issue as to why Detective Pillar is not testifying right now. And we don't know why everyone was told to leave the courtroom after they did their sidebar. So hopefully we'll find out later on. All right, guys. Hi, Rain. Hi, Nick, Shaniko, Christina, Taxi. Hello, Nerdy Nisi. Was Lori trying to recuse the judge again? Oh, that's right. That reminds me of the motion. I wonder if it's already filed in their system, so maybe we could read it later on.
All right, do you want to get your next witness ready?
Might need to boost the audio a little bit. Trina's wearing black today. What is Lori wearing? I wonder if they're matching again. They were matching the other day. They were both wearing gray suits. How was everyone's weekend? Oh, shoot. My water canister is not that full. Oh, I see Lori's wearing black. I hear some coughs there. I wonder if Lori has some more Tylenol today. All right, guys. So Trina is getting her witness. I think the jury...
Thank you for your patience. We had to resolve an issue this morning. Please don't speculate on that, and it's no one's fault as to why there was a delay getting started this morning. If you'll recall, on Friday afternoon, we started testimony from the case agent who's seated at the prosecutor's table. And we're going to take another witness out of order now, so we'll resume him at a later time. But at this time, the state's going to take a witness out of order. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Daniel Moss.
All right, so we don't get to know the reason why the witness is calling out of order. Maybe we'll find out later on. Muhair, I'm doing good. Yes, toggling between Lori and Karen Reed trials. Yeah, I need to catch up with Arca's testimony. I'm still a little bit behind on Friday. And I watched a little bit today from Arca's cross-examination and then like direct, I think. Redirect? I don't know where we're at. Hi, Sarah. How are you doing today? Hey, Corky and friends. I hope you guys are all having a good start to your week. If you're having a bad day, just remember it could be worse. You could be Lori LaBelle. Lori probably opened a portal to the sewers, and that's why they had to clear the courtroom. I'm speculating it was Lori's fault that they were delayed. The judge was like, don't speculate. It's not anyone's fault. Hi, Big Vaughn. How are you doing today? You had to take a break from the Karen Reed trial. Well, hello. All right, y'all. So Lori Vallow today, different witness. Let's go. They're going to talk a lot more about the Jeep. Now, again, this is the Jeep that her daughter, Tylee, was driving. But at this point, during the attempted murder, Tylee had already been murdered. JJ had already been murdered. Charles Vallow already murdered. Tammy Daybell also murdered as well. It's a lot of people. Nick C, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate that. That will go towards all the court documents for this case. Thank you. My weekend was good. Did you have some Chinese food? We were talking about Chinese food a couple of days ago. I got some rehab on my right arm. Good to hear about that. Ordered Chinese food today. Decided to order both General Tso's and orange chicken. Nice. I love orange chicken, even though I didn't realize how much sugar they put in orange chicken because I watched a recipe video on YouTube. It is a fuck ton of sugar. But you know what? Enjoy it. Okay? Enjoy it. No egg rolls, though. No egg rolls. I'm not a fan of egg rolls, but someone in the chat was like, oh gosh, you're making me crave egg rolls. All right, guys. Let me get my notes up too. It's nice to see you guys today.
All right, so you're going to come stand right here in front of my clerk, and she's going to swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
All right, this guy's coming in with the t-shirt and everything. Chilled, laid back.
All right.
I was summoned for jury selection, and I didn't know there was a dress code for jury selection because I was going to show up in my sweatpants and like a hoodie or something, something nice and comfortable to cushion against the hard chair, the hard backs, and just to kind of just be like nice and warm in. But then I read the dress code, and you have to look business casual. I'm like, what? Are you fucking serious, really? Jury selection?
Okay.
Bro, why are you wearing a t-shirt to Corey? Bro was like, I don't give a fuck. I think this is the tint guy, so I don't think it really matters. But yeah, he kind of just rolled in with a t-shirt. Usually if it's like a witness that is trying to convince the jury or like tell a story that's compelling maybe, and you want to look more credible, then you might want to dress up because, even though it's old school to think, to judge people based on what they're wearing and shit like that. But still, we're in a courtroom and there is a decorum that you want to follow. But look at him. He looks happy, okay? He looks like a happy guy. Look at him smiling over there.
Scooting close to the mic. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Dan Moss. I own
Dan.
a window tinting shop in Idaho, Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you owned a window tinting shop there in Rexburg, Idaho?
Since 2008.
Oh, he looks pretty young. When they zoomed in, his face just looked younger and younger and younger and younger. All right. Yeah, he works at a window tinting shop. So he's probably going to just tell us, hey, I was the one that did a window tint. It was really dark. That's it.
And is it just you working there, or do you have others working for you?
We have other employees.
Okay. Do you have a website for your company?
Yes.
And how do you get business? Do people come in? Can they call you to get a quote? What happens when someone is interested in getting their car tinted?
They can stop by and get a quote. They can email us through the website. There's a phone number on the website. They can call, text. Pretty much, we make it as easy as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think the jury would care too much. They're just like, oh, this is the guy who does the window tinting. Who cares?
If someone calls, who answers? Is there like an office phone or?
There's a shop phone, so it could be me or one of the other employees.
Okay. And if someone calls in and requests a window tint job, how do you set up sometimes to tell them when an appointment might be available?
If somebody calls in, we just pull out a calendar right then and just give them some dates and times that they can come by. If that doesn't work for them, usually they can drop off the car before hours or after hours.
Okay.
He looks like Shark Boy Or the wolf guy? You mean Jacob from Twilight that Bella liked? Lori's gonna blame the failed shot on him, and you made the tint too dark. It threw off my brother's aim. Oh boy.
Do you ever send them like a text saying, we have an appointment available at this time? Would that work for you?
Every day.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about window tint in general. Are there different levels or percentages of tinting that are put on?
Yeah, there's
Lori's hair not looking so great today from the back.
called the VLT percentage, visual light transmittance. So what your eye can see, not infrared or ultraviolet, but the visual light that comes through the glass is represented by a number, and the window film manufacturers assign that number to how dark the film is.
Okay.
So 5% window film only lets in 5% of the visible light. 70% lets in 70% of the light, essentially looks clear, where 5% is black, really dark.
So if someone puts 5% VLT onto a vehicle, are you able to see into that car?
No.
What about 20%? What is that?
You can see like a silhouette of somebody that's in there.
Okay.
Still really dark though. Does anyone here have window tint on?
And can people do different percentages like front or rear windows?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about some business that you did with back on September 23rd and 25th of 2019. I've shown the defendant Exhibit 183. If I can have my paralegal approach with that. If you take a look at that, does that contain an affidavit that you signed authenticating some different screenshots from the business phone as well as screenshots from your camera system in your business?
Yes, it does.
And do those relate to a phone call
I think this is witness number 10, maybe.
that was received on September 23rd at 1:54 p.m. from a 480-351-9120 number?
Yes.
And then sort of the business of tinting relating to that.
Who do you think called to make this appointment? You think it was Lori who did it, or you think it was Alex? Also, is there something really interesting about the date that they chose to tint this window? That was tweeted on X. I will wait a little bit and share it with you guys.
Initial call.
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 183. Wait, that's what I said.
183 is a packet?
Yes.
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right, the exhibit is admitted, you said 81?
183.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even close, 183.
All right, and if I could have the Elmo, thank you. All right. I'll start with sort of what is described in this as, let me zoom out. Were you contacted at some point by law enforcement and asked about an individual with that 480-3 number contacting your business to have window tint put on a Jeep?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, end up scheduling an appointment and, in fact, putting tint on a Jeep?
Yes.
So did you provide law enforcement, starting with this first page of 183's attachments, a screenshot of your phone showing when you received that first call from the 480-20 number?
I don't know why the audio keeps dipping low when she says like the numbers, but maybe she's like turning around or something.
Yeah.
And so this was September 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
20% is not dark enough. I can't stare at people and pee. Oh man. So like when I wear my sunglasses, because my sunglasses are really dark, I can stare at people as much as I want. But sometimes when I'm wearing my regular glasses and I'm staring at people, I forget that I'm not wearing my sunglasses. I have to count. I like catch myself midway. I'm like, oh dude, I need to chill out. Maybe for privacy reasons. They've been displaying the phone numbers on the screen. They've been saying the numbers out loud. Usually in trials, I just Yeah, they don't like redact it or anything. They will redact it if it's phone numbers of like people that are not related to this case. Like, for example, if it was like his number, like his personal number, they might redact it. But I think the phone numbers that she keeps repeating, I think it's Alex's Cox phone number.
And then that was at the 1:54 p.m.
Yes.
You know those videos of people flexing in front of tinted window? I did that on Saturday and got embarrassed because someone rolled down the window. You guys have you guys ever heard of the bathrooms in Japan? They're so cool. So it's like a public bathroom in the middle of parks in Japan. It's completely clear, like completely clear. However, when you lock the door, it like has this like really cool system where it like fogs up or something and you can't see from the outside in, but if you're inside, you can totally see people on the outside. But for me, I would be so paranoid that if I could see people on the outside, I would assume that the windows are not working. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to pee in peace or use the bathroom in peace at all. Lori probably told Alex to. Did she ever do anything herself? Nope, she didn't. She did not. When I was in South Korea, everyone's window was so darkly tinted. It's illegal to do here in the Netherlands, at least for the front row. It freaked me out for not being able to see who's driving. Hey, Diane, how are you doing today, by the way? Hello. Yeah, in America as well, it's illegal to have like a certain percentage of tint, but a lot of people just do it anyways. And so it depends on your area. Like I think in on the East Coast when I was living there, you could get pulled over and then you have to remove it. And then you have to go to the police station, they have to sign off on it, and then you're good, right? It depends on what area you're in though, but they'll typically might pull you over and then you get a ticket for it. However, in Los Angeles, a lot of people here have really dark tints, and I just feel like sometimes law enforcement don't really bother pulling you over because they just know how hot it is. The sun is beaming. People want to stay cool in their cars, you know, and then they want to keep like the car kind of like cool when you're like parked or whatever. But yeah, like I feel like in LA, rarely get pulled over. East Coast pulled over quite often, so you want to stay within the legal limits. But yeah, in LA, it's just like, nah, a lot of people just have tints here.
Now, it's a couple days later, did you or your business reach back to that 480-351, advise them that you had an appointment available?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little on this. Is this, I guess, the message that was sent that was kept as part of your business records regarding setting up a time for this individual to bring in their Jeep?
Yes.
So on September 25th, they were advised they could drop the Jeep off at 9 to have work done?
Yes.
Okay. Was this a message that you sent out?
Yes.
And so when you're sending this in the morning at 7:27 a.m. and you're advising them that they can drop off the car and it will be worked on?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to put up. Can you describe for us what we see here?
Looks like I'm cleaning some windows. Just about ready to put some film on that door glass.
So this is you actually, you did the work on this Jeep Wrangler.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about, this is the vehicle that was associated with the 480-351 912.
No, I guess so. I guess they're trying to. Yeah, every time she says the number, I guess they're trying to not air it out in the courtroom, I guess.
20 number.
Yeah.
Now this is a two-door Jeep Wrangler.
Yes.
When you are looking at a vehicle like a Jeep Wrangler, do they come with factory tint on them?
Yes.
So when a vehicle has factory tint on it, what do you do when they're brought in to put tint on them?
Peel it off.
All the time, people come in and ask to darken the factory tinted glass because the factory tinted glass is usually like 20% VLT.
Oh, I thought there was like tint that was on it. It means the glass is already tinted. Okay, so you just put more tint on top of it.
And you just layer another dark layer on top of it.
Okay. So you don't have to try to take off that other tint. You're just putting another layer on top of it.
Yep.
So in this case, you said you were cleaning. We can see a spray bottle. You clean the glass before you put the next layer on.
Yep.
When you are talking about different percentages of tint, in this case, do you recall being asked to put a 5% tint on the rear windows?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
5% is pretty fucking dark. It's the same here in Florida. We have an insane tint compared to when I lived outside of DC. Yeah, I bet in Florida it's the same way too. Very hot in Florida.
if there's already tint on the car and then you add the 5%, does that make it even darker than what we would expect on a normal 5%?
Yeah, if you slide a VLT meter on there, like all officers have usually in their car, it will usually net like 2% or 0% VLT.
And so would that mean you can't see anything in the back?
Yeah, dark.
So if someone was laying or sitting in the back of this Jeep and you tried to walk by and look in there, you wouldn't be able to see it?
Objection. Speculation.
Overruled.
Hey, that's a very rare moment for Lori. Did she just object? Did she objected? She's awake, okay? I'm clapping my hands because I feel like she's been sleeping this entire fucking time, okay? She woke up.
Having worked on these cars and seen what this looks like, are you familiar with whether or not you can see someone inside the vehicle with that dark of tint?
Yes, definitely.
So from your personal experience, you are telling us that with the 5% and then the additional factory tint, you would not be able to see into the back of that Jeep.
Broad daylight, you can't see in.
Now, the 20% that's in these front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, what'd she say?
These front windows on top of the factory, would you still have some
20%.
ability to see in?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking to us earlier, you said that people are able to drop off their vehicles to be worked on.
Yes.
Do you recall in this case whether or not you saw the person who dropped this off?
I do not.
Now, we see
Nick, thank you so much for the 2. Objection grounds is devastating to my case.
that you have some cameras inside your shop for you to work on. Did you attempt to screenshot images to show the rear license plate of this vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to put some of these up, also part of packet 183. Do you recall the colors of the license plate on that Jeep?
They were white.
Okay. Did it have black lettering?
Yes.
Okay, so is that an Idaho plate?
No.
Okay. Did you know what state plate that was?
Texas.
Texas. I guess.
Texas?
Hey, I just
Could I get you to speak up just a little bit? Thanks.
So it was a white plate with black lettering that you recognized to be from Texas,
Yes.
but you were unable to get the exact lettering of that plate from your surveillance system.
Wait, is that what would he say that? Objection, grounds and everything? Would he literally say that? Or you just mean objection grounds and he would use it for everything? Hi, Kat, how are you doing today? Lori Vallow trial. This is her 3rd trial that we're having. We are in Arizona right now, and the man that is testifying, he works, or I think he owns a window tinting shop, or he either works there. No, he owns it. Dan does on his shirt. Dan's Window Tint. His name is Dan. Hi, Dan. Anyways, he owns a window tinting shop and he tinted the Jeep.
Correct. At the distance and angle, it was blurry.
Okay. On this Jeep, did you note there was like a sticker down here on the
Yes.
front windshield?
Yeah.
So that was there when the Jeep was brought in and dropped off to you.
Yes.
When you are completed with the job, do you send a sort of receipt of some type?
Yes.
And do we see that here as a part again of Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And did that describe the work you did?
Yes.
So we see again, this was sent to the 480-351-9120.
Yes.
So we know it was a Jeep Wrangler, what we saw in the photograph
Yes.
with the Texas license plate.
Yes.
And so it was 200, how much you charged?
Yes.
And then it says 5% rear and 20% front. What does that mean then?
That we put 5% window film on the back 3 windows and 20% on the front doors.
And then with our start and end time, does that mean that you completed this work in about an hour on September 25th of 2019?
Approximately.
Do you recall seeing the individual who had this Jeep ever pick it up?
I don't.
So did you have any contact with the owner that you recall this
Not
one?
that I can recall.
So other than
They weren't memorable.
knowing that you were dealing with this Jeep that was documented, the 2-door Wrangler associated to that 480-351-9120 number, you can't tell us anything else about the owner.
Correct.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Is she? She gonna cross? She put her finger up, so I don't know what that means. She coming up?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. All right, sir, you can step down.
No
Stick to call the next witness.
questions. All right, Mr. Dan, if anyone needs to get their window tinted in Arizona, hit up Dan Moss. Someone was like, he was wearing the t-shirt to advertise.
Come on up, you're gonna stand right here in front of my clerk.
All right, witness number 11, I think. He was using objection grounds for subject matter jurisdiction.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Special Agent Thomas Miller with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
How long have you worked for Drug Enforcement Administration?
Approximately 27 years.
What do you do there?
I currently am the unit chief of the National License Plate Reader Program for the DEA.
I heard Dragon Enforcement Administration. I was like, Dragon, what now?
Can you tell us what the National License Plate Reader Program is?
It's a law enforcement tool that was developed and utilized by the DEA to enforce its Title 21 statutory authority to facilitate drug trafficking investigations and any other drug-related crimes in the drug trade.
So in there, we hear the term license plate reader. What is that? What is a license plate reader? How does that work?
It is a camera that we normally have positioned on any known drug route utilized by drug traffickers. A lot of the LPRs have a software, it's called optical character recognition, or better known as OCR. What this OCR software allows the LPR camera to trigger on the alphanumeric characters on a license plate, and it will create an image or images, and simultaneously it will also create a XML or a textual file. And at that time, the images and the text file are then paired up and is then saved in the DEA server.
Okay. You used the term LPR. Is that shorthand for something?
Yes.
I'm going to just go to the part where we see the car, maybe. So cameras, license plate reader. We don't really need to get into the nitty-gritty of the technology, right?
The diesel platform where they can access that.
Platform.
Or the optical character recognition software.
The recognition software. So basically, these bozos were trying to murder Brandon Boudreaux. Lori Vallow gave her brother, I'll say boyfriend, gave her brother her daughter's Jeep, and it's an 11-hour drive. Of course there's going to be toll roads and stuff like that. Of course there's going to be cameras along the way. So wild to me. I mean, like, I know, like, they usually will rent a car to murder someone, or borrow a car, or jack a car or something, but, like, no, they use Tylee's car.
Here on the I-40, does that camera capture the front or the back, or what does that camera capture there?
All right, let's see the
It
camera.
captures the back plate, and there's two cameras, one each covering the two lanes on that road going westbound.
I've shown
Like, 11-hour drive. Not even, like, 20-minute drive, 5-minute drive. 11-hour drive.
and Exhibit 121. My paralegal can approach.
I wonder if they took, like, a really obscure way to get from Rexburg, Idaho to Arizona, though. Or if they took, like, the normal GPS route, the recommended route.
So if you can take a look at Exhibit 121.
Hey, Smash, a reader flagged your car stolen. Turns out someone switched your stolen car plates with mine. I had no idea until the cops came to my door. Holy shit. What a way to get them off their tail. Wow, get the cops busy. It's crazy. These criminals, man.
Let me know if you recognize the affidavit as well as the documents associated with it.
All right, just going to jump around a little bit. They're going to admit into evidence. Oh, yes, we get to see it. All right. Funny thing, I had an ex-boyfriend a long time ago that was like quite the cheater. And this ex-boyfriend had a red light ticket, but the ticket address, or where the red light was near the girl that I had suspicions that he was cheating with. So it's so funny. So like when that ticket came to the mail, I was like, oh, why were you near her address on this date? And is that someone in the front seat? You can't really see the front seat, but so sometimes you might get you might catch your significant other cheating with these red light cameras, tickets, or some other shit,
Up here. First, we see plate. Is that the
That
plate
was
that's
fun.
associated with this vehicle that we see here?
Yes, it is.
So that's LWD 0997.
Yes, and I believe that was a Texas license plate.
Then the location here, DEA FCU AZ Holbrook. Can you tell us what that means?
Depending on who the unit chief was at the time, they will name a camera, specifically if it's owned by DEA, a certain.
Oh, it's really hard to see the color of the car, but it looks like the sun is setting, right? Yeah, 6:52. Yeah, in October. So the sun could be setting. That's why it's like really hard to see the color because it looks like a white car. Can't really see shit.
Name, and a lot of times it will include at least a city or town that's fairly close to that location.
And is this license plate reader on the I-40?
Yes, it is.
And is this one located a little to the, I guess, west or east of Holbrook on the I-40?
Yes.
Okay. And then we see a time and a date. So is that October 1st of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And it's 6:52 Mountain Standard Time?
Yes.
At that time on October 1st of 2019, if we convert that to Arizona time, is it 5:52?
Yes, it would be that time of the year.
Okay. Over here, we see highway name, you said I-40 westbound, and then direction giving us the westbound as well.
Yes.
In this photograph,
Oh, I also want to mention this. Sorry, I was going to say at the end of the window tints guy's testimony, people were tweeting that the date that they had the Jeep tinted was the date that they supposedly buried JJ in the pet cemetery backyard, whatever, in Charles Vallow's, sorry, not Charles Vallow's, in Chad Daybell's yard. People were tweeting that. Seems like they were very busy around this time.
we see the back of a vehicle with no tire on the back of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was there a second page of this that gave a closer up of the license plate on this?
Yes, it does.
And is that what was documented in the citing details of a Texas plate LWD 0997?
Yes.
I think it was Pretty Lies and Alibis that tweeted that, and then some other people. You can look it up.
State has no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, it was Pretty Lies and Alibi. Alex Cox had the windows tinted the day JJ Vallow was buried on Chad Daybell's property.
All right, cross.
Oh, she's crossing today. Okay. What are we going to ask here? You weren't there, were you, Special Agent Miller? Were you actually there when Brandon Boudreaux was not shot at? Were you actually present?
Mr. Thomas, is that the only picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st of the Jeep Wrangler?
I'm sorry?
Is that the only picture, license plate reader picture that you have in Arizona on October 1st?
Yes, that's the only picture in our diesel platform.
Okay. And how many license plate readers do you have in Gilbert, Arizona?
I am not sure on how many we exactly have.
Do you have any?
Yes, we do.
There's one on Gilbert Road, isn't there?
That I'm not sure. We have over 11,000 cameras that feed into the diesel platform.
Okay. What about in Mesa, Arizona? Are you aware of any in Mesa, Arizona?
I am unaware of how many cameras that we have in Mesa, Arizona. We do have quite a few cameras, LPR cameras in Arizona.
And so of all those cameras that you have along this way, when this incident happened in Gilbert, Arizona, you don't have any other pictures of this Jeep? Is that correct?
No, but there's several reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times,
Oh, cut it! Don't let him explain. Cut in, Lori. Most of the times, you know, when they're doing the cross-examination, like, no, I just wanted to know if there's other cameras. You don't need to explain. You can do that in redirect. Let him explain that. She's gonna let him explain.
reasons why there may or may not be. A lot of times, we do have software and hardware issues with our LPR cameras, so they will be down at times. Depending on speed, how old the camera is, sometimes speed and the amount of traffic will also have a bearing on whether or not an image is captured. And then there's ways to defeat LPR cameras as well.
Yeah, she's letting him explain. Good for him. You explain.
There are ways to defeat them?
I'm sorry?
There are ways to defeat them?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, object
What?
to that and move to strike defendant's comments.
Huh.
The jury should disregard the noise that the defendant made after that answer. All right, go ahead and ask your
Sorry,
next
Your Honor.
question.
So, Mr. Miller, of all your cameras, you have no other pictures on October 1st, 2019 of that Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
I'm going to object to asked and answered twice already.
It is asked and answered, but he can go ahead and answer one more time.
That was that transaction of the diesel sighting is the only one in diesel.
Okay, so on October 2nd, You have no other pictures of this Jeep Wrangler as well, is that correct?
I'm not for sure if that ever was ran. I'm not for sure. What does happen is DEA does have a retention policy where as information or data that goes into the diesel platform is then expunged or deleted or purged from the diesel platform after 90 days.
And you don't have any from October 3rd as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any from October 1st, October 2nd, or October 3rd, is that correct?
And not to my knowledge.
And do you know how far from Gilbert, Arizona, Holbrook, Arizona is?
I'm not for sure the exact distance.
Would you be surprised if it was 173 miles?
You don't object to speculation? Witness has already indicated he doesn't know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know that.
So that would be about 3 hours from Gilbert,
Okay, again,
Arizona?
Object
It's
to.
just, the objection sustained. He didn't know how far it was.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
I'm like, what is she writing there? Is she really writing, or she just looks like she's writing?
Just briefly.
I feel like I'm always skeptical, you know, when they're like up there, like doing their things, circling things and stuff like that. Like, "Arr!" Like I'm like, what are you doing up there? Also, oh my god, my camera is like super crooked. It's a tripod, I think. Yeah, it's a tripod. Sorry. It's like this way, I think.
So you told us that
right, redirect.
the DEA set up this system for drug trafficking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does that then have an impact on where cameras are located?
Yes, we specifically try to target drug corridors and drug routes that are utilized by drug trafficking organizations.
So if you thought there might be some drug corridor going through Gilbert, then you might stick a DEA license plate reader there?
Correct, or at least have a law enforcement partner that we will ingest their LPR camera data into diesel.
So would it be, let me ask this, are all license plate readers that you see across the country associated to diesel?
No,
So just because there may be a license plate reader on Gilbert Road, but does that mean that it's part of the diesel system?
no. In fact, there's so many different license plate reader programs out there that our program, comparatively to the totality of everything, is very small.
So DEA just ingests or has its own small percentage of cameras.
Yes.
They don't cover every single camera.
No, not at all.
You were asked about if a vehicle is driving in a drug trafficking corridor that the DEA is interested in, that there would be ways to defeat or not, I guess, be captured on these license plate readers. What did you mean by that?
There's definitely ways. They will remove their license plate. They will partially cover a plate. They will change a number temporarily. But a lot of times we will see things that will cover a plate, or at least part of the plate, to make sure that an LPR does not take an image.
And then you said the amount of traffic. So if traffic is busy, is LPR less successful in obtaining all of those vehicles and all of their license plates?
Yes, and depending on the age of the camera, there is a failure rate of the images that are taken by an LPR camera. So if there is a vehicle that is fairly close or tailgating another vehicle, it may not take a picture of the front vehicle.
Ultimately, in this case, what you're able to tell us is that on October 1st of 2019 at about 5:52 a.m., a Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate LWD0997 was going westbound on I-40 in Arizona?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
And Judge, can we sidebar briefly?
Yeah, let's sidebar.
Oh, sidebar again. What are we sidebarring about? I'm trying to see if I can see Lori's her other motion for a new trial. Minutes. What's this? More minutes. They're gonna have a pretty, I think, a long lunch break today. Or I guess I said long, but an hour and 15 minutes. Pro per motion, notice by mail. What is this? A change of judge. Oh, I got it. Okay, I have to purchase this though. Give me a second. Add to cart. $10. Ordered, entered by the court. What did the judge say? They're gonna seal the health documents for Lori Vallow. Because remember, she got sick and then they had to delay jury selection. Transport. Okay. Ordering Lori to appear into court. All right, let me check out on this. We'll read Lori's motion for a new judge. Another motion for a new judge. Remember, it was already denied a couple of days before her trial was supposed to start. All right, checkouts. By the way, Nick, thank you again for your super chats. It will go towards getting these documents.
All right, members of the jury, again,
Why are we saying DP? She ain't getting DP. They fucked up in Idaho. No DP for her, and then no DP for in Arizona. Chad, on the other hand, DP.
All right, members of the jury, again, please don't put them close to the mics. That's what I think makes the feedback.
Lori, is that Lori? Lori, is that you? Who did that?
I apologize for the late start we got this morning. We're going to break just a couple minutes early for the lunch recess, but we're going to start at 1:15 p.m. 1:15 p.m. Please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
Oh, there's not really much in this motion. It's only 5 pages. Lori, I can hear you whispering.
All right, we'll be at recess till 1:15.
She's not pro. She's not pro se in Idaho, is she? Idaho, I know she wasn't representing herself for sure. She had attorneys doing it. And I guess she tried to pretend to be a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. All right, so they're going to go on a lunch break. Now, let me show you guys the bathroom. This is the Japanese bathroom I was telling you guys about. I'm going to mute this because I don't know what the fuck's up with this audio. But this is the bathroom I was telling you guys about. So it's completely transparent. As you guys can see, it's glass, right? Now, when you go in, however, when you lock the door, it becomes really opaque. So if you're outside, you can't see in. But if you're inside, I think you could still see the outside. So it's so weird. Imagine using the bathroom and you could still see people around you. Oh, man. But this is in Japan. So you go in, you're like, oh, I can see everyone. Hello. It's like right in the middle of the park. Chad did get DP. See, look, and then you lock it and it goes opaque. Oh, actually, my understanding was if you're inside, you could still see on the outside. Oh, I guess not. I was wrong then. Anyways, very cool, but I would probably use it for emergencies, maybe. I don't know, man. I would still be scared. There's this movie that I watched called Perfect Days. It's really cool. It's a movie about a Japanese janitor, how he just like lives for like the simplest things in life. He comes from a family that I think has like a lot of money, and he's like, well, fuck money. I just want to live my life the simple way. Really good movie. They did a remake of it. It's in Japanese. Check it out. I really loved it. Yeah, actually, this would be cool for bathrooms. If you have a bathroom with a giant window and your shower's in front of it, that would be really cool. Have it activated by turning on the lights in there or something like that. That'd be super cool to have that in your house. And then you don't have to use your shades all the time. Because you guys ever have the shades up in your bathroom and then you start taking a shower, you're like, shit, I forgot to put the shades down. And then you gotta jump out all wet and stuff. Oh man. Okay, so Lori. All right, what do we have for Lori here? Need to go back and catch up. Appreciate you, Corgi. Paul, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. How are you? Did you have a good weekend today? All right, so they're on a break right now, but let's just see what's going on with the Lori Vallow. I don't know. I haven't looked at the all the documents on her case in a while. So let's see what we have going on here. Case number. All right. Can y'all see this okay? Or is it super zoomed in? Oh, it's good. So I didn't purchase all the documents, but we could see previews for some of these. All right, so this is from 6-4 ruling. What is this for? Let's see. It would be beneficial to the parties and the court to have some objective measures of the extent of the defendant's illness. The court requests MCSO direct qualified medical personnel to assess the defendant within the next 24 hours. The court is not requiring MCSO to divulge any HIPAA-protected information. However, Ms. Daybell may be required to produce some form of objective information if she is seeking any continuance beyond Wednesday, June 4, 2025. So again, she was sick last week and they had to delay jury selection. The jury came in to do the jury selection and were told that they were, they had to leave for the rest of the day. Okay, so the judge is like, are you faking it? What else we got here? Court reporter is present. 1041 trial to jury continues from 5:30, 2025. Jury is not present. The court is informed defendant is not feeling well and wishes to vacate trial this date. Discussion is held. 1046, the court stands at recess. What about this document? What do we have here? Have this for the shower door? Oh, yeah. That'll be cool, too. I don't know that technology is a thing, but probably, right? They probably have something cool like that in like Vegas hotels or something. All right. Trial mini entry, day 4. Court reporter is present. Record of proceedings is also made digitally. 1016. Trial to jury continues from 6:02. Jury is not present. The court has received and reviewed the non-party Maricopa County Sheriff's and Correctional Health Services notice relating to defendant's health status and related correspondence received by the counsel and advisory council. So I remember the judge said that there was nothing that the health examiner said that would prevent Lori Vallow from continuing with jury selection and the rest of the trial. Order entered by the court. What was this? The court has reviewed the motion for changes for a judge for a cause filed June 5th, 2025. The defendant requests that the court remove Judge Boreski from a case because, as she alleges, he is prejudiced against her and she cannot receive a fair and impartial trial. Specifically, she alleged that he denied her a hearing to which she is entitled. Rule 10.1 of Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure permits a party from seeking a change of judge for a cause no later than 10 days after discovering the grounds exist, but may file a motion after a hearing or a trial begins. The jury trial in this case has begun, and therefore the motion is not pursuant to Rule 10.1. The court also notes that motions filed in this rule must demonstrate the assigned judge's interest or prejudice would prevent a fair and impartial hearing or trial. In this case, the defendant maintained that Judge Boreski's legal ruling was an error. As the court addressed at the previous hearing on defendant's Rule 10.1 motion, a Rule 10.1 motion does not provide parties an opportunity to challenge legal rulings. That's all we get for the preview. But Judge Green was the one that did the hearing for the removing Justin Boreski, and she denied it. And then I'm trying to get to the part where Lori asks for it again. All right, what's this? Pro promotion. Oh, okay. This is what I have. This is what I bought. All right. Pursuant to Rule 10.1a of the Arizona Rule of Criminal Procedure, the defendant, Lori Daybell, moves this court for a change of a judge for the reason that this court is prejudiced against the defendant, and as a result, the defendant cannot receive a fair and impartial trial before this court. This motion is based on the following Memorandum of Points and Authorities. Memorandum of Points and Authorities. Rule 10.1a provides that a party is entitled to a change of judge if a fair and impartial trial cannot be had by reason of the interest or prejudice of the assigned judge. On May 22nd, 2025, the Honorable Judge Justin Boreski denied this defendant a 13.5 hearing, which the defendant is entitled to under Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure 13.5 if requested by the defendant. The defendant therefore requests that this court transfer this matter to the presiding judge so that the presiding judge may hold a hearing as required by Rule 10.1c. Dated this June 4th, 2025. So this is the motion that Lori, was this during the lunchtime? No, it wasn't. No, wait, hold on. Why is this dated June 4th? This is no. This is the one where they did do the hearing on. Okay, they did a hearing on this one. Shit, did I buy this one by accident? No. Where's the most up-to-date one? I, Lori N. Daybell, being fully duly sworn, have attached the following affidavit for the support. I am a defendant in the above style case. I am informed and believe, based on the information, that on May 22nd, 2025, the Honorable Judge Justin Boreski denied defendant's motion for a new trial after the defendant was served a disqualification motion and affidavit attached. The judge shall not proceed. I am informed and believe, based on the information, that on May 29, 2025, the Honorable Judge Boreski violated Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure, Rule 13.5, denying defendant a hearing. The defendant's case is not a capital case. Thus, the aggravators does not apply because there is no death penalty either case. Violating first trial and second trial, misapplied statute by the Honorable Judge Justin Boreski. Lori Daybell. She signs it. Okay, I think I already looked at this one then. This one we're just gonna look at the preview. We're not gonna buy it. It is ordered directing the clerk of court to seal the non-party Maricopa County Sheriff and Correctional Health Services notice relating to the defendant's health status, file 6-3, not to be opened without further order of the court. So they are sealing that per Lori's request. And what else is there? Where's the emergency one that was filed during lunch? Wasn't that on like Friday, June 6th or Thursday, June 5th? I don't see it on here. It is ordered authorizing the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office to transport the defendant to court using any means necessary, to include force to secure the attendance of the defendant for her trial on 6/4 at 10 a.m. So this is from last week. So get her ass in here. Drag her in. I don't care what you got to do. Get her in here. I think her son was stating she was trying to have any control in this last case. She kept trying to throw this judge at least 4 times now. 2, I think. 2 that I know of. Unless there was some before. I wasn't following the case before. Drag her by the Shih Tzu hair. What Lori wants to say in the appeal, he's biased because he's a zombie. That's not Justin anymore. His body's been taken over by someone else named John. Oh, gosh. I wonder if she does have a zombie name for our judge here. All right, so I think they're gonna be back like in an hour. Yeah, it is a pretty long lunch break. I'm not gonna take a break just yet. Let's read Donna Adelson stuff. Donna Adelson. So, do we have news about Donna Adelson yet? She apparently has been transferred elsewhere. Last Friday, people were tweeting about it and reporting about Donna Adelson. Let's see if Court TV said anything. Donna Adelson, what's going on? Oh, Tallahassee Democrat. Yay. I like coming here for Donna Adelson news. Dan Markell murder, jail policy change prompts Donna Adelson relocation. Adelson has long complained about her treatment at the Leon County Detention Facility, alleging cruel and unusual punishment. Donna Adelson was transferred from Leon County Detention Facility, where she has long complained about her treatment. Yeah, she was complaining about how she has like sciatica. It's not really comfortable for her to be sleeping on the mattress that they have. And she was trying to get a double mattress. I don't think she ended up getting a double mattress. She said that the hours are horrible because she has to take medication at certain times and that she doesn't really get sleep because she has to wake up to take the medication. Not only that, it's really loud and she can't sleep. And her ears, she has a condition where her canals are really like tiny and the earwax builds up a lot. So when the guards are talking to her, they keep thinking she's trying to ignore them when in reality, she says there's so much earwax in there that I can't hear. And she needs to have a special ENT doctor to come in and like flush out her delicate little ears. And there's abundance of other issues that she was complaining about. But those are just a few that I remember from the top of my head. Aaron says, suck it, Donna. Suck it. But, you know, it seemed like Donna was also... we had a whole hearing about how Donna said that she was being threatened by other inmates and how they forced Donna to buy commissary and some shit like that. I don't know if, you know, people believe it. For me, I'm like on the fence. I'm not really quite sure. Now, they put Donna into what's kind of like a isolated situation where she has her own cell. She doesn't have to mingle with other inmates. And now she has time to look at her paperwork and stuff like that without worrying about people looking over her shoulders. And then she has like more quiet time to herself. But yeah, she's still not happy. Adelson, who was charged with the 2014 murder for hire of Florida State University law professor Dan Markell, was moved to her new digs behind bars on June 6th. Shonda Knight, a Leon County Sheriff's Office spokeswoman, said Adelson's lawyers requested the transfer last week after the policy change went into the effect. What's the policy change? Under the old policy, inmates in administrative custody, which includes solitary protective custody, which is what Donna Adelson was in, had unfettered access to tablets in their cells 24 hours a day. That was taken away under the new policy. Oh, I see. Okay. Her access was taken away, which is when her attorney made a request to have her relocated. Once her attorney made the request to have her relocated, we did evaluate and determine it was best interest of all parties to relocate her to Wakulla County. Where the fuck is that? Leon County and then Wakulla County. Let's see. Any Floridians here? Any Floridians? Wakulla County. Where the fuck is that? I wonder how far it is. Oh, it's not that bad. Leon County is like northeast of Tallahassee. And then Wakulla County is about like a 50-minute drive south. But it's very generic where I put it in. I just put Wakulla County. So, like within like an hour or so. Oh, I see a Taco Bell there. Taco Bell. Leon Sheriff's spokesperson, inmates abusing the policy. Knight said the sheriff's office, which runs the jail, made the shift in jail protocol because we had individuals who were abusing the policy. We were running to an issue where we had limited space because so many people were using the policy to be in a space by themselves versus being in general population. Oh, so the incentive was removed. Oh, I got it. So it's like, well, people were purposely trying to get into the solitary confinement because they had 24 hours unfettered access to the tablet. So it seems like they were purposely trying to get in there just so they had tablet access. Okay. Since the challenge, about half of the 50 to 7 inmates who were in administrative custody elected to go back to general population. Yeah, because they have nothing else to do. It's like, okay, well, if I don't have 24/7 access to the tablet, fuck else am I going to do? It's a rough way to spend your 24 hours in, solitary confinement. Hey, Shanza, how are you doing today? How's it going? Weekend was good. Yeah, very hot. Played pickleball, very hot, very sunny. Yuck. I want cloudy days to come back. She added that no other lawyers asked for transfers after the policy change and other inmates have been moved. Knight said that all the inmates at the detention facility have the ability to speak with their attorneys and that even without access to the tablet, Adelson could still communicate with her attorneys via phone call and personal visitation. Yeah, but then the phone calls are probably like structured in a way where, hey, I have to make a phone call. I have to go outside of my cell. I have to like be at the phone booth. And then the phone booth is probably is it like 15-minute increments or some shit like that? And then personal visitation, probably harder to see someone in person and then go through all the jail security. So it's probably a lot easier to communicate with someone with the tablet. Okay, so Donna Adelson. I do want to read some Donna Adelson stuff. Let's see what we have here. There was 2 documents that I downloaded for Donna Adelson. There were 2 witnesses that she wanted to have to exclude their testimony for trial. One of them was a former best friend of Wendy Adelson, her daughter, which people were still giving the side-eye because people were like, huh, Wendy. Is Wendy involved? Did Wendy know that her family was going to try to murder Dan Markel? Was Wendy involved in the orchestration of it? Or was she just a sideline person? Did she not know anything at all? Was it all her family? Was she controlled by her family? Lots of questions about Wendy. Adelson family. Motion in limine. So we have Sarah Yusuf and we have Stephen Webster, which is a friend of Dan Markel. So let's just read this. They're both pretty quick. And then we'll take our lunch break. Because I feel like court started pretty late today. So I was like, let's just do a little bit more stuff. A little bit more content. And then let me take a sip of water. Donna's biography, From Pho to Prison Food. Ooh. How was pickleball? I've never played it, been wanting to though. It's really fun. I really love it. We have a good group of people that we play together. And yeah, I would say it's pretty easy to get into. Unlike tennis, tennis is like really high skill ceiling. But yeah, pickleball is like really to get into, to play with your friends. And it's like not really intimidating, I would say. All right, y'all. So defendant's motion in limine, testimony of Sarah Yusuf. Donna Adelson requests this honorable court exclude Sarah Yusuf as a trial witness. Here are the reasons why. So Donna, again, we all know that she has been charged with 1 count of first-degree murder. We have 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and 1 count of solicitation of first-degree murder. Because again, it wasn't Donna that tried to kill Dan Markel herself. Donna was working with her son, Charlie, and they hired 2 hitmen through Catherine McBanoa, who was sort of maybe Charlie's bang buddy girlfriend. And so they weren't trying to murder Dan Markel themselves, but they were to have, they wanted to have other people do it for them, do all the dirty deed for them. Now, however, at least the hitmen, they didn't drive their own personal vehicle to murder Dan Markel. They rented the car, but it was still under their name and stuff like that. But I still find it so interesting that Lori Vallow and her brother were like, hey, just use Tylee's car, drive the Jeep down, and here you go. Try to murder Brendan Boudreaux. Anyways, who is Sarah Yusuf? Sarah Yusuf has been listed as by the prosecution as a material witness in this case. Sarah is also a former, that's a best friend. I'm sorry, I must be having some false memory stuff. Sarah is a former close friend, not best friend, of Mrs. Adelson's daughter, Wendy Adelson. Sarah and Wendy first met when they were students at University of Miami School of Law in 2003. Damn, over 20 years ago. Wow. What were you guys doing in 2003? According to Sarah, her friendship with Wendy was very close. So again, they're referencing the deposition lines. I wish I had the deposition, but I don't. Be kind of cool to read it. Sarah and Wendy were friends for about 13 years. During this time, Sarah knew Mrs. Adelson because she was the mother of her close friend, Wendy. Because of Sarah and Wendy's friendship, Sarah has been to Thanksgiving at the Adelsons' home on a few occasions and have been to their residence for different holidays and events. Sarah said that she was aware it was a highly contentious divorce and further testified that Wendy emailed her some of the motions that Dan filed. Sarah described a birthday party she attended for Wendy's eldest son, which was held at Wendy's parents' condo in 2014, shortly after Dan's murder. I think at that point, Wendy's eldest son would have been 5 years old, I think. Weren't the kids like 3 and 5 when Dan was murdered? Something like that. It was at this party that Sarah obtained the only information she has regarding Dana Adelson. According to Sarah, while at the party, she overheard Donna say, "They're talking about him like he was a beloved professor. But you know something? He was a jerk." Yeah, I can see Donna saying something like that. Dan Markel just died. Donna doesn't give a fuck. Sarah thought what Donna said was abnormal because Dan had just died. And in most cultures, we don't speak ill about the dead. In Sarah's opinion, Donna's statement conveyed an outsized and inappropriate anger considering that Dan, would never bother anyone again. Yeah, because at that point, Dan was dead, murdered. Beyond that statement, Sarah had no other testimony relating to Donna Adelson and that she could offer. Sarah ended her friendship with Wendy in 2017. I wonder why Sarah ended her relationship with Wendy. I wonder if she was like, Wendy, I don't know, man. There's some shady shit with your family. And are you involved, Wendy? Like, I can't be friends with you. Or is it because of something else? When asked if she had to come to the conclusion that Donna was guilty or Adelsons in general were guilty of doing something, Sarah thought they were guilty of conspiring to commit murder of Dan Markel. Sarah clarified that it was not all the Adelsons, but that Donna, Charlie, and Wendy were guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and soliciting somebody to kill Dan. I'm really interested to see why she thinks Wendy is also involved. It's not mentioned in this document here. Maybe in the state's reply, they will include it, but I want to know why Sarah thinks that her close friend, was also involved in trying to murder Dan. Oh, was it 3 and 4? Oh, sorry. I was 13, 14. You were 15 years old back in 2003. Shitting my diapers. I was still 3 years old. Hashtag 2000s baby. Oh my God, what a baby. The new Predator movie. Oh, thank you. Let me add it then. It's on Hulu. It's really good. It's animated. It's like some same kind of animation as the Arcane League of Legends show. I haven't seen the League of Legends show yet. I heard it's really good though. Yeah, thank you. I'll add that to my list. You know what I watched recently? Yo, the fucking original Hellraiser from like 1989 or something. It's so good. It's so good. I feel like it was so ahead of its time. It was so gory. I thought they did a pretty good job with the monsters and like all the crazy shit. Like, I think they did such a good job for back in like the 80s. Oh man, the original Hellraiser. I fucking loved it. All right, back to the document. When asked how she became a witness in this case, Sarah said that after the last trial, she saw Phil Markel's victim impact statement. Again, Phil Markel is Dan Markel's father, and it brought her to tears. She also explained that the amount of time he talked about the grandparents' alienation and not having a meaningful relationship with the children made her feel really awful. Yeah, because Wendy, Donna, the family, they were not letting Dan Markel's parents have a relationship with Wendy and Dan's children. I think initially they were trying to play nice, and at some point they completely just like cut off Dan Markel's side of the family. And not only that, they dropped Dan Markel's last name, and there was wasn't there like a middle name that the children took after? One of the child took after that had to do with Dan Markel's like family member or something like that they may have dropped. I feel like I like vaguely remember that. You guys correct me. I was just 100 years back in 2003. Yeah, Rand's a fucking vampire. Okay, we got Edward Cullen up in here. Because of this, Sarah contacted the Markel's attorney and provided him with information she had about the grandparent visitation legislation. Sarah said nothing happened for a couple months, but then Markel's attorney contacted her and told her that he was going to give her name to the prosecutor, Georgia Kappelman. Sarah said she did this because she wanted to help the Markells. All right. Do we want to hear the argument? Yeah, let's just hear it. Let's see what they have to say. All right. Legal analysis. Sarah Eustace's testimony and Mrs. Adelson's trial should be excluded for the following reasons. They're probably just, I think it was like all like hearsay stuff. Relevance. Pursuant to Florida Evidence Code, relevant evidence is defined as evidence tending to prove or disprove a material fact. 22. Here, the only relevant testimony that Ms. Yusuf can offer regarding Mrs. Adelson is the statement that Donna made to her about Dan Markel being a jerk. As evidence in the deposition Ms. Yusuf gave on August 23rd, 2024, and that was like a year ago, she testified that other than that single statement about Dan Markel being a jerk, she had no other admissible testimony that she could offer about Donna. While the statement may be admissible, the rest of Ms. Yusuf's anticipated testimony, including her opinion concerning Mrs. Adelson's guilt, would be inadmissible at trial. So I guess like if Donna testifies, right, which she might because Charlie testified, Donna might be like, oh, I had nothing against Dan Markel. We were really sad that Dan Markel passed away afterwards. Maybe they would have this witness to basically say that like, oh, no, you were talking shit about him afterwards. What are you talking about, Donna? So I don't know if they could use that against her. I was trying to read about this and I got really confused. Like the whole hearsay rules are confusing. My brain was like, Pow. All right, admissibility. Even the court finds evidence relevant, it can be made inadmissible if it is probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, misleading the jury, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Here, the anticipated testimony of Ms. Yusuf about Ms. Wendy Adelson is inadmissible because its probative value would substantially outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice to Ms. Adelson. Mrs. Adelson, sorry. Ms. Yusuf testified to her depot that she felt sorry for Phil Markel after listening to his victim impact statement. This shows bias on the part of Ms. Yusuf towards Phil Markel. Such evidence can be excluded by the court if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice. So they're saying that, Ms. Yusuf is biased towards Phil Markel because she felt bad when he gave his victim impact statement, but I'm sure it was compelling. You have a son that was murdered and their parents are grieving, and the parents don't have any contact with the grandchildren at all. All right, hearsay in Florida. Hearsay is an out-of-court statement introduced at trial that is made by someone other than the declarant to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Also, except as provided by statute, hearsay evidence is inadmissible. Most of Ms. Yusuf's anticipated testimony would be inadmissible hearsay because, she heard one of the statements from Donna's mouth directly, but everything else she may have heard just through Wendy. Because the defense expects the state to call Wendy Adelson at the witness during trial, and much of Ms. Yusuf's deposition testimony consisted primarily of things that Wendy Adelson had told her, Wendy would be better witness to relay what she did say to Ms. Yusuf. Well, I wonder if Wendy is going to be honest and truthful about that. Additionally, testimony from both Ms. Yusuf and Wendy Adelson would be the needless presentation of cumulative evidence under 90.403 Florida statute. Lack of personal knowledge. Again, yeah, because she didn't really know this personally. It seems like she was getting a lot of information from Wendy, and Wendy was giving her updates about the divorce proceedings. According to 90.604, witnesses must have personal knowledge about that which they testify. Most of Ms. Yusuf's deposition testimony is about events to which she has had no personal knowledge. Based on her depot testimony, the limited personal knowledge she had about Dan and Wendy's marriage came from several divorce pleadings that Wendy sent her to read. I would love to see these emails, though, because I'm sure it's not just forwarding motions to her friend. I'm sure she was adding some context in there, too. I would love to see these emails. Ms. Yusuf also had personal knowledge of Phil Markel's victim impact statement because she watched it. Finally, Ms. Yusuf had personal knowledge of the conversation with Phil Markel's attorneys because she was a participant in the conversations. Overall, Ms. Yusuf has limited personal knowledge about which she can testify at trial. So again, they want to exclude her as a trial witness. And then lastly, this one's even short, it's only 3 pages, but let's read it. So here's another witness that Donna Adelson is asking the judge to exclude as well. This is a testimony of Stephen Webster. Defendant Donna Adelson, by and through her undersigned counsel and pursuant to sections 90.403, 90.701, and 90.803, Florida statutes request that this honorable court exclude the testimony of Stephen Webster, and in support thereof states as follows. 1. Mrs. Adelson has been indicted. Again, we know 1 count first-degree murder, 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and 1 count of solicitation of first-degree murder. Attorney Stephen Webster, so Stephen Webster is an attorney, has previously testified in Charles Adelson's trial and is listed as a witness for this trial, this case. Wait, did I watch his testimony? I don't think so then. Stephen Webster testified in Charlie's trial. No, we didn't watch because the ones that I watched with you guys was Wendy's ex-boyfriend. Oof. And then Wendy's testimony, Charlie's testimony, and anyone else? Those are the 3 that I remember watching with you guys from Charlie Adelson's trial. Because, man, I didn't get to stream the Charlie Adelson trial with you guys because I had COVID for the first time. And it was like fucking brutal, dude. I was like dying. Horrible. But we watched it after the fact with you guys like a couple weeks later. By this motion, Mrs. Adelson moves to exclude Stephen Webster as a witness. I wonder what emails were used in her son's trial for Charlie Adelson's trial. What emails did they read? They were reading them emails, and the emails that Donna, the emails that were coming from Donna were pretty bad. But now that this trial is centered around Donna, oh man, we're going to get so much more Donna Adelson emails. I can't wait for them to go over the evidence. All right, so discussion. The threshold question for admission of evidence is relevance. Mr. Webster did not become involved in post-dissolution litigation until May 2014, filing a motion for substitution of counsel on June 13, 2014. It was docketed June 16. The order granting substitution was signed on June 20th, 2014. So I'm assuming Mr. Webster was like a friend and also an attorney for Dan Markel, and he became involved after the dissolution litigation. According to his testimony in Charles Adelson's trial and his depot in this case on August 30th, 2024, Webster met with Mr. Markel in May 2014, the day after reading the pleadings he was asked to review. Mr. Webster's testimony centers on what Mr. Markel said to him about the post-dissolution proceedings, including that Mr. Markel said that he heard Mrs. Adelson say, "Stupid is on the line." That's so funny to call Dan Markel stupid. From what I've heard about Dan Markel, he was absolutely nowhere even close to even being stupid. And the fact that Donna Adelson, the best comeback that she had against Dan Markel was calling him stupid, I don't know. I feel like it really says a lot about Donna Adelson. After March 26, 2014, counter motion was filed. So it seems like Dan Markel told Stephen Webster that, yeah, Mrs. Adelson said, "Stupid is on the phone." I feel like this also aligns to what Donna Adelson was saying to the grandchildren as well, basically talking shit about their father in front of these like very young 3- and 4-year-old children. Donna doesn't care. Donna doesn't give a fuck. Mr. Webster also offers his opinion on the strength of Mr. Markel's claims and his opinion about the involvement of the Adelson family in Mr. Markel's death. His continued advocacy for the family, Markel family, vis-a-vis participating in podcasts, interviews with the media concerning Mr. Markel's love for his children, and providing commentary about this case, or about the case. To the extent the state intends to elicit from Mr. Webster's statements made to him by Mr. Markel, such testimony is hearsay for which there is no exception. I didn't watch the Charlie Adelson trial where this guy was testifying, so I don't know what else there was. I'll just wait for the state to reply to this. Honey Badger Grandma, don't give a fuck. Hey, honey badgers are pretty base though, okay? I don't know if I would categorize honey badgers and Donna in the same category, all right? Donna wishes she was a honey badger. She fucking wishes, all right? You know, Donna's one of those insufferable people who just talk shit about everyone they know. Donna just seems like the type of person where, you know that advice that they give people where it's like, hate is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die or some shit like that? I don't know. Maybe someone needs to give Donna that advice. Number 10, to the extent the state intends to elicit from Mr. Webster his opinions about the strength of Mr. Markel's pleadings, Webster is not an expert in family law. Even if he were a family law expert, no foundation for his opinion had been established. Absent being able to lay such foundation, the court should prohibit him from offering an opinion about the strength of Mr. Markel's post-dissolution filings. Mr. Webster's opinions on Adelson's involvement in Mr. Markel's death are also inadmissible. Holding a witness opinion about the guilt or innocence of the accused is inadmissible. Wherefore, the defendant, Donna Adelson, respectfully requests that this honorable court grants this motion in limine, entering an order excluding Stephen Webster from testifying during her trial. Who knows when that trial is going to happen? Actually, no, I do know. I'm sorry. They rescheduled it for, right now it's going to clash with Brian Koberger's trial. Although Brian Koberger's attorneys, they put in a motion to continue. So hopefully it doesn't clash with each other. I like it when it's not clash. I like it when it's like, you know, each trial has their own time frame. So that's it for Donna Adelson. These are 2 motion in limines that she put in to exclude 2 testimonies. And I'll wait to see what the state's reply is. Although I haven't checked the website in a little bit. Let me check to see. Leon County online services. Court services. Hello. Let's see, there's new documents here. And then we'll take our lunch break. What are you guys gonna have for lunch today? Or do you guys already eat lunch? Donna's the Dementor from Harry Potter. Oh, I finally I get like these what's it called? Library online book rentals on Libby. Libby's so fucking awesome. You can basically rent books online for free using your library card. So I just got the what's it called? Goblet of Fire. I'm like, dude, I haven't listened to Harry Potter in so long. Court records request. Harry Potter. Dude, when I was a kid, I used to think the Harry Potter books are so big. I was like, oh my god, these books are so big. But if you guys ever opened a Harry Potter book recently, the fonts are pretty big. And I was like, oh, actually, it's not that bad at all. And I prefer large fonts because it's better for my eyes. But anyways, sorry, I'm just digressing here. I'm killing time while I'm trying to look up this Donna Adelson shit. Donna Adelson. First name Donna. See if there's anything new. You want to try Libby? Yes, it's free, completely free. All you need is a library card. Just go to your local library, get a library card, and then you download the Libby app, and then you just put the library card in. And then, yeah, you can rent books. You can rent audiobooks as well for free. But they only let out a certain amount of copies out for people to borrow. So sometimes there's a waiting list. Don't be defeated if you see like waiting list 4 months long. Just put your name on a bunch of waiting lists, okay? And then as you're reading them, you can just like read them, and then one will pop up. Like time goes by so fast. So just put your name on the waiting list for all of them. And then if it comes up too early, you can delay it if you want to. Motion limine. Yeah, nothing really right now. Okay, so for Donna Adelson, we are going to have a hearing in about it's this week actually, Wednesday. Is Donna Adelson the one where we get the footage late? I don't remember. I think so, right? I don't think it's live. Okay, so we have 2 hearings for Donna Adelson this week. One on Wednesday and one on Friday. So we'll definitely be waiting for that. All right, guys. The Donna Adelson stuff. One of them was a motion for a, what was it again? Did they want to motion? Oh, to change venue. And then one's for case management. Oh, man. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. All right, guys. Well, we will be back shortly. Court is on lunch break. Oh, they're playing bumping music on Court TV right now. They're bumping over here. Let me slow it down. Okay, so we'll be back in about 40 minutes. Yes. 40 minutes. Goosebumps? Yes! Get the Goosebumps book. Oh my gosh. My favorite was the ventriloquist. I fucking love him. What was his name again? Dude, the Goosebump episode with the worms. Oh, so gross. Court is on lunch break. We'll resume at let's say like 1:45-ish PST. We'll see what Nate Eaton says. All right, guys. Court is on lunch break. We'll resume at 1:45 PST. Is there anything else on it, right? I don't think so. All right, let's pin the message. And then Where's my image? Oh, there we go. But boom. All right, guys. I'm going to keep it quiet in case you guys want to play something else in the background. But yeah, have the audio on. We'll be right back. If you guys are new here, feel free to hit the subscribe button. I appreciate y'all being here. And for those of you guys who already subscribed, thank you. Appreciate you guys being here as well. Courtney would be like, yes, you watching true crime, but that shouldn't stop you from doing the shimmy. I prefer them just to have no music, but it's okay. They're trying to get their jiggy on. All right, guys, get some lunch, and I will see you guys in 30 minutes for the rest of the Lori Vallow trial. What? Where'd you get a Philly cheesesteak? Yum. See if you have access to Hoopla through your... Oh, Hoopla. Hoopla is even better than Libby. You don't have to deal with the holds. What? Hoopla. Okay, I will check Hoopla. Thank you. Books with Sarah on Twitch. Thank you so much. Guys, Books with Sarah says to try out Hoopla. Hoopla's amazing. All right. I love free. Yes. Gimme. Also, I hate reading physical books nowadays. It's all about digital or just Audible. It's so much better. All right, guys. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in about 30-40 minutes. Hello. We should be resuming back soon. Oh, they're already here. Hey guys, what's up? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to refill my water real quick. All right, everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome back from the lunch hour. I actually didn't really have enough time to eat my lunch, so I ate most of it. Hi, guys. How's it going? Alrighty, y'all. So we're back from the lunch break. Who's testifying again? Oh man, I probably have some like vegetables stuck in my teeth. I was eating kale earlier. Get this window up. All right, guys. So we're gonna resume day 3. Day 3 after lunch break, we had witness number 10, Dan Moss, who owns a window tinting shop. He was the one that tinted the Jeep Wrangler, which was the vehicle used to drive from Rexburg, Idaho, all the way down to Arizona to attempt to murder Brandon Boudreaux. And then we had witness number 11, Special Agent Thomas Miller, who's part of DEA. He testified about the license plate reader. They have a photo of a Jeep with the license plate of the Jeep as it was traveling from, I think it was heading its way there, so from Idaho to Arizona. There was a little bit of cross-examination from Lori Vallow, and she's like, you only have one picture of the Jeep traveling this route? And they're like, yep. And she's like, so October 1st, there's no other pictures. October 2nd, there's no other pictures. And he's like, yep. And then redirect, Trina K was like, well, these are really for DEA to set up like drug traffics, right? So it's not like these cameras are like everywhere. They're only in popular areas where they think there's going to be, they said drug corridors and drug routes. So I think we're on a new witness right now. Let's see who testifies. You wonder how many more days of trial? We are about halfway through the state's witness. They said there's gonna be like 22 witnesses. They estimated the trial to be 7 to 10 days. And with Lori Vallow not really doing too much of cross-examination and her opening, closing, probably really short. Yeah, it's probably moving pretty quickly. Now, it has been delayed quite a bit, though, because of the sick days and stuff like that and some of the bullshitter that's been happening the beginning of the days. But I think for the most part, seems like 7 to 10 days, hopefully. Yeah, I don't think so because I thought they were supposed to have blackout dates this week because there were certain witnesses that can't testify. That wasn't addressed last week, and because there was a delay with Lori Vallow being sick, I don't know if we're still gonna have blackout dates anymore. They never said anything last week about scheduling for this week, so I'm like, what's the schedule for this week? I'd like to know ahead of time, please. All right, guys, we're back in.
Sapinoso.
Okay. Witness.
Witness number 12, I think.
All right, do you have your next witness here?
I do.
It's
She's
so
going to
hot in
be
here.
really out of order.
Okay.
So I will make an offer of proof. She created the DNA profile for Alexander Cox.
DNA expert?
Who are we talking about?
It's Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
Okay.
She no longer works for Mesa Police Department. She moved out to California. So she created the DNA profile
Arizona to California, you know, weather's probably a lot better, but man, we're in California.
for the
Expensive.
known sample from Alexander Cox. Detective Pillar attended the autopsy and obtained the blood blot and impounded it himself. So
That's where the
will-
profile came from?
Yes, so he will be testifying as to that later. Additionally, assuming we continue going, I also have Lisa Perry, who took the cuttings from the swabs that were obtained from the Jeep up in Rexburg, Idaho. I will not have the DNA analyst here till after Detective Pillar is done testifying, but Lisa Perry, who just basically took the cuttings and stuck them into tubes so that Vanessa could do DNA profiles on them, is also here today. So my hope was to, out of order, call Emmy Lynn Sapinosa, Lisa Perry, and then I have Officer Marianne Robb. Then
Okay.
I would resume with Mr. Pillar.
Okay, so from Emmy Lynn Sapinoso, you would be talking about the profile she created.
From the blood blot from Alexander Cox.
All right,
That's
but
all
that's
she
not a
did.
piece of evidence that's physically getting admitted.
No, it's not going to be physically admitted, but we have not had testimony of that, so I'm just making a record that I will be presenting testimony of that through Detective Pillar. We just haven't got to it yet.
Okay, and then Lisa Perry will testify about cutting pieces of fabric out of the Jeep and impounding them?
Swabs were taken from like the steering wheel, door handle.
So I'm guessing it's out of orders because Pillar was supposed to introduce some of this testimony, maybe. And then for some reason, Pillar's direct is being continued for a different day, I guess.
Seatbelt buckles, and Detective Pillar will testify that he observed all those being done and being all the safe
Okay.
techniques that were used. So he will be testifying as to that as well. But again, we haven't got there yet.
Are you going to show her the swabs? Are they here?
No, because
Okay.
they would be destroyed if we brought them here, and obviously we save them for any future testing should anyone ever request that to
Okay.
be done.
All right,
So we will just discuss the impound numbers
okay,
and what the swabs are.
all right. Is there any record the defendant wants to make? Sure. Are they lined up or, okay.
What's Lori gonna say? All right, they're discussing right now. I love how detailed she is. Yes, meticulous, detailed. I love it. Might be scared to work for though. Imagine being her assistant. You better be on your A game all day, every day. Hi, Storm. What's up? How was your weekend? Hello, hello. Hey, Aaron, how's it going? Aaron says, what did I miss? State prosecutors just talking about the experts, witnesses are going to be testifying today, what they're going to be presenting. They're kind of like out of order. And that's about it. The judge is giving Lori a chance to respond.
According to Tammy Lachek's
Oh, Tammy Lachek. Okay, so we talked about this. Lori wanted Tammy's... Fuck, what was it again? Did she want to have Tammy's testimony to be entirely excluded? Wasn't that for the Charles Vallow case, though? Was Tammy Lachek also involved in this case? No, I'm getting it all mixed up. I'm sorry. She's got another case going on that she's already been found guilty for in Arizona. So I might be mixing the two. But Tammy Lachek was I think she was like I forgot what her title was. Was it like crime scene person or forensic person? Apparently, she had some reprimands in her job because 4 or 5 years after her working on the Lori Vallow case, like she was like probably fired or something or investigated for being like drunk on the job. And Lori wanted to have like that to be looked into and some other shit.
Because according to Tammy Lachek's report, she is the one that took the blood blot from Alex Cox. So we're going
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she did the blood thing. Okay, the blood stuff.
to just have our same objection to the Crawford, that it's missing because she's not here to testify against it, about it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, I had it misremembered. Okay. Lori, I think Lori was trying to say that Tammy Lachek could have been drunk on the job a couple years prior to her being investigated, and her dealing and handling with evidence that can come into question because if you're drunk on the job, then you might be fucking up and making mistakes. Sorry. That's what it was. Okay. I kind of fudged it up earlier. I think I said that Lori wanted to have her testimony excluded or something.
If Detective Pillar did witness that, I understand that, but it's not the same thing as her telling us how she did it, when she did it, why she did it, how that was processed.
Okay. The evidence, as I understand it, or the testimony as I understand it, is that Amy Lynn Sapinoso is simply going to testify that she received a clot, a sample of blood or a blood clot, and then created the profile. Correct. Okay, so not to put the cart before the horse, but that's all she's testifying to at this point.
Yeah, I think she was let go. I remember reading about the investigation part. The letting go part, I don't remember, but we did read the motion together, and then I think the reply.
Point. So I understand your objection. I don't think we're to that point because they're not admitting it into evidence yet. So anything else?
Just that, is that not confusing to the jury to do it that
It could
out
be a
of
little.
order?
It could be a little confusing in that it's not a linear presentation of how things happened, but the state isn't required to call the witnesses in that type of sequence if they're not able to. So.
Your Honor, obviously, because we started 2 days late last week, due to the defendant, it did throw the state's case off. We would have already had Detective Pillar already testifying and done before today. So we're doing what we can with what we got.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Is that Brandon right there? I think it's him.
All right, for the jury.
I think that's Brandon, maybe his wife. I believe Kay Woodcock is here as well. Needed lots of rest. Oh, was work been busy?
All right, please be seated. The jury's back. Again, we're still taking witnesses out of order. We'll get back to Detective Pillar hopefully this afternoon. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you.
Wait on a second. Lori Vallow Daybell's appeal has been filed in Idaho. You guys were talking about the appeal earlier. It's 64 pages long. Her attorney argues all the charges should be dismissed because of the 5 reasons. Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, you know what? We do have access to it because Idaho has a webpage where it has like the major cases of interest, and Lori's on there along with like Brian Koberger. So, probably go check it out. 64 pages. All right. Thanks, Nate. Have y'all read it yet? 64 pages? Damn. And also I heard Justin Baldoni's lawsuit against Blake Lively was dismissed by the judge. Oh my God, what's going on here, guys? A lot of stuff happening. It's about her not getting a speedy trial, I think.
State calls Amy Lynn
Because I know she brought up this speed of trial thing for this case. For Idaho, I have no idea.
All right, you're going to come right up here, and my clerk will swear you in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Up around the quarter, up there.
The truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
And where do you currently work?
I
Oh, you know what? Court TV will spell it out for me.
currently work at the Orange County District Attorney's Office in California as a forensic scientist.
Where did you work back in,
Emmy Lynn Sapinoso. Oh, that's a pretty name. Emmy Lynn Sapinoso.
2019?
In 2019, so prior to my current job, I was a forensic scientist at Mesa Forensic Services in Mesa, Arizona.
What did you do at the Mesa Forensic Services?
I was a forensic scientist there where I did serology, DNA analysis. I was the biology technical leader for 7 years, the last 7 years, and I did blood stain pattern analysis at crime scenes, and I was also a forensic artist the last year I was there.
Can you tell us your training and education to work as a forensic scientist in the area of DNA?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in forensic science.
While working for the Mesa Police Department, did you undergo training to learn how to develop DNA profiles from samples?
Yes, I did. So most of my training was done in-house by other forensic scientists in our unit. And aside from that, I've gone to like external trainings, and I'm required to do at least 8 hours continuing education every year.
And back when you were working as a forensic services, was that for the Mesa Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did you, while you were at the Mesa Police Department Forensic Services, undergo those same types of trainings, ongoing trainings, internal and external?
Yes.
Now, in the area of DNA, can you talk to us about first sort of DNA and what different, I guess, biological sources can be used to find DNA?
So DNA is what makes each person a human being. It comes from your parents.
All right, guys, we're going to have our DNA lesson for the millionth time for, listening into trial.
Half
Always
of it is
interesting.
from your mom, the other half is from your dad. The DNA analysis that's performed at a forensic laboratory is typically from biological fluids like blood, semen, saliva, and can also be collected from touch DNA or items that people touch and leave their skin cells on.
Now, was one part of your job to develop a DNA profile from what we call a known source of DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us first what a known source means?
A known source of DNA is a sample that's collected directly from an individual.
And what do we mean by a DNA profile?
DNA profile is the result that is obtained after DNA analysis is performed in the laboratory.
As a forensic scientist working for the Mesa Police Department, would the job sometimes be split where one forensic scientist would be required to create a DNA profile from a known, and another one might create DNA profiles from unknown or items collected at a scene?
Yes, so that's pretty typical. It just depends on which forensic scientist is available to perform the work at any given time.
When you were working there back in 2019, did the Mesa Police Department contract to do DNA work for the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
In this case that we're talking about, did you perform creating a DNA profile for a single known source for Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with a property item 647961 from Alexander
They're
Cox?
meeting it.
Yes, so the Mesa reports will have a letter G in front of that to identify it as.
Ooh, okay. Court TV also messing with the sound. I think it's a little bit too loud, so I'm going to try to make it go down, I guess.
the Gilbert item.
And was that, when you receive an item such as a blood blot, can you
How's the audio, y'all? Is it okay?
explain to us how you get that from the Gilbert Police Department? Is it sealed? Is it protected? What do they do to get that to you?
Yeah, so the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory has laboratory technicians who go over to the Gilbert Police Department to their evidence section to pick up any evidence that we need to do forensic analysis on. Then our laboratory technician brings the evidence back to the Mesa Forensic Services Laboratory, where it gets stored in the proper location for a forensic scientist to analyze. And any packaging or the way it's sealed is noted in our notes, and we ensure that it's properly sealed with evidence tape or tape that's marked with the person's initials and date who sealed it.
I would just say the witness is a lot louder than Trina because her microphone's a lot closer to her mouth. Hi, Angie. How are you doing today? How's it going? Hello, hello. Audio's fine? Okay. Just let me know if, if it's too loud or too low.
So when you received the blood blot, that item 647961, was that in a sealed evidence envelope?
Yes, it was.
Was it dated and signed to reflect that it was impounded by Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
So when you receive a blood blot, can you tell us what that is?
Blood blot is typically taken from a coroner's office. They put it on sort of like a round filter paper where they put just spots of blood on there. And then when we get it in the laboratory, we take that filter paper and we take a cutting of the blood that's on that filter paper to forward for DNA analysis.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to create a DNA profile from that blood blot from Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Were you asked to do any other analysis with regards to that DNA profile for Alexander Cox?
No, I did not.
Was that profile that you created documented in your report, in the notes, so that it could be reviewed by another analyst in any type of comparisons?
Yes.
Did that basically end your involvement with regards to this case in Alexander Cox?
Yes.
The state has no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
Were you there, Miss Sapinosa? You coming up, Lori? Taking your time over there. Have us sped up too, so she really
No questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness?
No
from any
questions.
member of the jury? Not seeing any. You can step down. Thank you.
The jury has not asked any
State
questions.
next witness.
Any questions from the witnesses so far? We just coasting through, y'all. All right, I guess I'll just forward up a little bit. Waiting for the next witness
Clerk
to
can
come
be
in.
sworn in.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Perry.
Where do you work?
Lisa.
I work for Mesa Police Forensic Services.
How long have you worked there?
It'll be 23 years next month.
And what are your current duties?
My current duties are to supervise the evidence processing unit.
What were your duties back in 2019 and 2020?
I was a forensic scientist assigned to the biology unit, which meant that I analyzed evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials, substances that would yield a DNA profile, be it skin cells or a body fluid.
Can you tell us your education and training to work in that area?
Yes, I have a science background with a bachelor's of science in marine biology with a chemistry minor from Western Washington University. After some times in some
Angie, I'll have to catch up with that. I was watching the testimonial this morning and then this started, so we'll have to catch up.
technology labs. I started my career with Mesa Forensics, where I entered their rigorous internal training program.
I love the little tippy taps as a typing in the background. Lamau, I can't help. I love the clerical little sounds in her testimony. Sarah, do you ever listen to like ASMR stuff? There's like ASMR where they do like keyboard typing and like tapping noises and a bunch of other stuff. It's pretty cool.
After completion of that by qualified analysts, I also took training by the California Criminalistics Institute and National Forensic Science Technology Center in body fluid identification.
Back in January, end of December, January of 2020, were you responsible for often preparing swabs that were taken at scenes of potential biological material for DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what that means and what that process is?
When swabs have already been collected at a scene, what I will do is receive them from our evidence section, or they'll be transferred to us from another agency's evidence section. I will prepare my workspace to handle the evidence, meaning that I will we will wear a lab coat and goggles and gloves and things that will protect me from the evidence, and the evidence will be protected from me. I will clean my lab space with 90% bleach solution. I will put down clean paper and have sterile utensils that I will work on to analyze the items of evidence. When I look at the item of evidence, I'm going to take detailed notes and then open it up, identify the contents, take copious notes again, and then I'm going to remove swab material from those sticks. They are similar to like a sterile Q-tip. So that is what I'm receiving. I'm going to remove that swab material from those sticks and portion half of it to go forward for DNA analysis, and the other half is going to be retained should further testing ever be required. And then that little tube will go into a sealed envelope in order for a DNA analyst to analyze it.
Meticulous.
Going back to January, I think, 2nd of 2020, were you provided with several swabs from the Gilbert Police Department in relation to this case?
Yes, I was.
And were those swabs, can you tell us, are they sealed? How do you know that they haven't been tampered with when you received them?
Well, I would need to refer to my specific notes, but my notes would indicate whether or not they had been tampered, how they appeared, the packaging appeared, and I make notes that they are properly tape sealed, dated, and initialed with an integrity seal.
So you are the one that has to unseal them and open them up.
Yes,
With looking at your notes, help refresh your recollection as to whether or not that occurred here.
it would.
Do you have a copy of them up there with you?
I do. May I
If you
look at
could
them?
Take a look at them to refresh your recollection and let us know after you're done with that.
Go ahead.
And each item still had its integrity seal. I noted how it was packaged, what it was labeled, and nothing appeared to have been tampered with.
Were you provided with a swab 645889 indicated as a swab from a steering wheel?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 6458 swab from the driver's side seatbelt?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 645893 swab from the gear shift?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with a swab 64589 from the passenger side interior door handle?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645895 swabs from the lug nuts of a spare tire?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided with swab 645896, a swab from the driver's side interior handle?
Yes, I was.
What did you do then specifically in this case with each of those swabs?
As I stated previously, I would remove that swab material from each of the swab sticks. I would portion out half of it to go forward in a tube for DNA analysis. It would be labeled with its original parent property ID number that she just listed off, plus an extra set of letters to identify that it came from that parent item. So the number she provided is the parent, and then I basically made what we call babies, little cuttings that came off of that. So it would add an AA that would go forward for DNA analysis, and it would have an AB that was going to be retained in the lab should the future testing ever be necessary.
Did you say baby little cuttings? That sounds so cute. Aaron, I feel drained today, says Angie. So y'all think the jury makes any kind of judgment when Lori opts not to question the witness? I mean, they're not supposed to. Like, in my mind, I feel like that you should say something. I just don't know what. Like, it's the same thing when the state does their case in chief and then the defense doesn't call their own witnesses. You're not supposed to kind of like jump to conclusions or look frowningly upon that. But I know people do anyway because it's like, oh, you're not going to call your own witnesses? Oh, okay.
So I put it in a tube. I had that label on that. That label went into a clear envelope that I heat sealed and had my integrity seal with my date and initials on top of that. And then that went into the DNA queue for another analyst.
So at the Mesa Police Department at that time, would another analyst come in and take those cuttings that you created to attempt to create DNA profiles from each of those items?
That is what would happen, yes.
And so in terms of your involvement, were you involved in doing any type of analysis for this case?
No, I wasn't, just preparing the samples.
And did that sort of end your involvement in this case, creating those cuttings?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. The state has no further questions for this witness.
Cross.
All right, easy peasy.
No questions,
Straight to the
Your Honor.
point.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? I don't see any. You can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go get my next witness.
All right, getting another witness. Nice job, Lisa Perry.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
My name is Mary Ann Robb, M-A-R-I-A-N-N-E.
I wonder if we're going to get out early today. Early release day?
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Around the court of the ring.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Robb. I am a retired police officer with the town of Gilbert, Arizona.
When did you retire?
Retired July 9th, 2021.
How long did you work for the
Nice.
Gilbert Police Department?
I was with Gilbert 26 years and a law enforcement officer in Arizona for 34 years.
Where did you work prior to Gilbert?
Started with Mesa Police Department back in 1988, and then I was Pine Top Lakeside Police Department for 6.5 years, and started with Gilbert PD in 1995.
What were your duties at the Gilbert Police Department?
Pretty much patrol. Most of my career was patrol. I was also a crime prevention officer for approximately a year and a half. I was also an arson detective and a property crimes detective for approximately 3 years.
All right, it says Gilbert, Arizona Police Department. She was the first on the scene of the shooting on October 2nd. She's now retired. Congratulations.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes, I was.
At that time, did you respond to a 911 call of a shooting at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, I was.
Can you describe for us what you saw when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street?
There was a gentleman standing pretty much in the street just in front of his home. There was also a dark-colored Tesla vehicle that was parked there, and I noticed that just to the driver's door on the ground was a window that was laying on the ground.
Was the Tesla in the road or in the driveway when you arrived?
It was in the driveway.
When you first arrived there, did you speak with this individual you saw on the road?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
He identified himself as Brandon Boudreaux.
After speaking with Brandon Boudreaux for a while, did you go look at the Tesla?
Yes, I did.
Now, prior to looking at the Tesla, did you have a lot of information about the type of gun or the shooting or anything like that?
Just what dispatch gave us while en route to the call. Don't know, did not have what type, an actual specific type of weapon, but we knew it was some type of weapon, possibly a rifle. And that's pretty much all we had.
Okay. Were you solo when you arrived? Was there any other officers with you initially?
Not initially, it was just myself.
Okay. When you went up to the Tesla,
If you think from her last Arizona trial, few jurors that got an interview, they mostly felt like she didn't add much and they wanted more. I mean, we wanted more too. I was like, is she going to testify? Who's she going to call on the stand? And then she's like, nothing, Your Honor. No. The judge is like, okay, well, I'll let you think about it to the next weekend, I guess, over the weekend if you want to possibly testify. But yeah, nothing. No, Your Honor. Nothing.
can you tell us what you saw and where?
The Tesla, the vehicle itself was all closed up. All the doors were shut. And I looked up onto the frame of the actual car. Just above would be where the headrest is, but it's on the outside where the frame is of the car. And I noticed that there was a hole in the top of the car, and it looked to me like it was a bullet hole.
Now, in your 34 years as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes, I have.
As a law enforcement officer, we obviously know you carry a weapon. Do you also have your own guns and shoot, I guess, personally?
Yes, I do.
Miss Ma'am has been a cop longer than I've been alive. Go off, Officer Betty.
So when you saw this hole in the Tesla, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 26. Pull it out a little. Is this what you saw?
Yes, I did, exactly.
So you told us when you saw this, you recognized it as a bullet hole.
Yes.
Had Mr. Boudreaux, when you first contacted him, said anything about a BB gun or something like that?
I made a comment about that. At first, he thought maybe it could have been a BB gun because he noticed that his windshield or his driver's side window kind of shattered.
Did he indicate that anything had come in and hit him, like whether there was a hole through the window?
No,
So you go up to this hole, this bullet hole. Did you think that was made by a BB gun?
definitely not. No.
Did Brandon come up with you to look at his vehicle?
He did after I initially looked at it.
And did he make any statement when he saw you looking at that hole?
He says he definitely wasn't a BB gun or pellet gun or paintball gun. Nothing like that.
Do you recall him saying that he hadn't seen that before you pointing it out?
Oh, that's correct, yes.
So when he first came up and saw you looking at that, did he indicate, oh, wow, I didn't see that?
Yes, he did.
Did you initially utilize your flashlight to try to see if you could find an exit or the projectile in there?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find?
I feel like she hasn't really been doing much representing herself. I mean, girl, you better off with a public defender. Why not have a public defender defend you, ma'am? I feel like she's just like sitting there. No, not really. We heard one objection from her so far, I think, and one witness number 14. Her opening statement was meh. She really hasn't done much. Like, girl, what are you doing?
Find an exit at that point?
No.
Did you, in fact, ask him to open up the rear door of the Tesla so you could look and see if there was any exit into the car?
Yes, I did.
Did you find an exit?
I did not.
Did you then use a pen to try to see if you could find an exit or a projectile in there?
I used my pen also to see if I could figure out the trajectory to.
This happened in the last one too. I think she probably, quote, does better, end quote, questioning lay witnesses. When it comes to technical witnesses or other officers, she's like, I don't know, there's not really much that she has to say. But lay witnesses, she definitely has more in cross-examination, especially when it comes to people that she knows, former friends, asking like, you know, questions about, were you talking about me? So you're having a date with men that are married? And then also when she like goes after like the lead detectives and stuff like that. But I mean, so far she's just been kind of just chilling.
Of where the bullet, so I can think of, okay, where can I possibly locate that bullet? So that's why I put my pen in there to try to figure out what was the way it was traveling in the car to see if I can find.
Once you realize that there's this bullet hole in the frame of the Tesla vehicle, did you go back to your vehicle to do anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you go back to your vehicle to do?
Well, I made a phone call to one of my officers that was also in the area looking for a suspect vehicle. And I explained to him that this is no BB gun. This is an actual bullet hole. And we do have a crime here. So
You mean it's not a tire iron? What? It's not a broken glass Coke bottle?
I asked him if he would come over to my location to assist me in starting basically a crime scene.
Okay. Did you want him to look at that as well?
Oh, yes,
Help you to see if there was an exit or anything like that as well?
correct.
Did you get a camera to try to take some photographs as well?
Oh,
To document what you were
or the kids with the paintball guns in the middle of a school day.
seeing right then?
I took some photographs. I used my police, we have an iPhone, and I was using that, and I was taking pictures of the whole scene.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at this bullet hole and then you came back, I guess prior to leaving, did you ask Brandon about that glass that was next to the vehicle?
I did. I thought maybe he took the glass out and put it on the ground, and he said no. What occurred was, as he pulled into his driveway after the incident occurred and he knew that the other vehicle was gone, he pulled into his driveway. Well, the Teslas, I guess as soon as he puts his car into park, his driver's door automatically opens.
I still don't think that's a feature, but I guess we're going with it. Because it would just be weird to have your door to like slightly ajar or like open when you put it into park. It's like unlock and then you press a button and then it opens. But it's okay. I'm not going to debate them about this. It's not a big deal.
And that's when he said that, as you can see on the what would be, I guess, the right-hand side is when, yes, the actual window, the passenger, or the driver's window, just fell out onto the driveway there.
Did you actually ask him if he had moved it to make sure it was where it landed?
Yes, I made sure he didn't touch it, and I asked him that.
Okay, so did he indicate he had not touched it or moved it?
No, it was where it fell out of his car is where it laid.
Okay. When you first contacted Brandon initially in the street to the time when you showed him the bullet hole and came back, can you tell us his demeanor over that time span, from when you first contacted him to after you made that call and came back and had contact with him?
He was kind of bewildered. He didn't know what exactly happened. He was very quiet and concerned and didn't
Yeah, he was probably in fucking shock.
know how to react on this because he had no idea what in the world happened. This car, this something, the window falls out of the car when he opens the door, and he's just kind of bewildered on like what in the world took place just a few minutes ago.
When you came back after you had showed him the bullet hole, went and made the call and returned, did you see a change in his demeanor?
Yes, I did.
What did you note then?
Well, I noticed when I showed him the bullet hole and all, he's like, first of all, he said, well, that definitely isn't a BB gun. And I explained, no, it's not. He then says, I need to sit down, because I was asking him some more questions. He goes, I just need a minute. I just need to sit down. I asked him if he wanted a chair. He says, no, I just need a minute. So I just had him sit down right there in the driveway area and just let him gather himself for a few minutes.
Did you notice anything with his hands?
He was quite shaken.
So you saw his hands physically shaking?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask Brandon to give you a description of the vehicle that he said shot at him?
Yes, I did.
What did he give you in terms of a description?
The description was a green, a kind of a darkish green Jeep Wrangler. And he said that as he was driving westbound on his street, Phelps, the back window of this Jeep just kind of flew open, and he noticed that there was a muzzle of some type of weapon that was pointing out at his vehicle. He thought maybe there was a silencer, but there was a very loud bang. From that after that happened, his window shattered, and he just got scared, so he just took off and went around the block, went westbound and around the block. Where this all took place is he said that this green Jeep Wrangler was parked westbound, and if we can see that, it was on, that would be kind of the south.
That's so crazy that Brandon didn't collide with anything. Dude, I don't know, man. I would have been in such a panic, and I was telling you guys, man, I'd probably be like running over bushes, trees, smash into fire hydrants or something like that. Like, oh my gosh. Yes, corgis, cute beauties. I agree with you. I may have fainted myself in that situation. Yeah, I would have peed my pants or something. It's that post-stress episode trauma where folks live in adrenaline initially and then kind of freak out or shake afterwards. The shock sets in. When adrenaline rush wears off, it can leave you extremely weak with brain fog.
Outside, it was parked on his side of the street, and it was pretty much face to face with that white minivan. So it was basically parked the wrong way on the roadway. And that's where it was parked there. It was pretty much, he said it was right up against the minivan. And that's when he saw the back window pop open. And that's when that gun pointed at him. And he heard a very loud bang, saw his window shatter. And then like I said, he just kept going westbound to the next street over, made a turn northbound on that street, and basically stopped. Because he just called 911 and got 911 on, they were talking 911.
Let me ask you a little bit about, did he tell you this Jeep Wrangler, if it was a 2 or 4-door?
It was a 2-door.
Did he tell you anything about the license plate on the vehicle?
Yes, the license plate he didn't have the numbers, but it definitely was a Texas license plate.
When he talked about
Does anyone have a Jeep? Does 2-door also mean the types of Jeeps where there's like 2 doors in the front and in the back there's still like a seat in the back, but then you have to like climb over to get in, or is there no back seat?
Type of gun that came out, did he tell you if he thought it was a handgun or a rifle?
It had a long barrel, so he said he was believing it was a rifle.
Okay. So he talked to you about the Jeep being right in this area in front of this white vehicle we see in Exhibit 14?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he also sort of present to you approximately where he was when he sees this window open and the rifle barrel appear?
If you see the cones right here, I believe detectives must have put them on right where that first cone exactly. That's where he started making that left into, he started going into his driveway. And that is when the shot occurred.
Well, Brandon said he was really scared because when he was trying to pull into where the pool area was, he saw the Jeep like driving by. So I don't know if the Jeep had intentions of tracking him down and finishing the job, or if the Jeep was looking for him, or the Jeep was trying to dip out because they were like, oh shit, I need to get the fuck out of here before law enforcement comes in.
And then he continued straight?
He did. He just kept going straight because he had no idea what was happening. So he just got out of the area and headed west on Phelps.
Now, Detective, you told us, obviously, you've been a law enforcement officer, or I'm sorry, officer, retired officer.
Hi, lady. What's up? How are you doing today? How's it going? No, I think I remember hearing Brendan testifying too that he said it was from the back window. That's why he initially thought it was a two-person job, because he assumed that there was someone in the back and then that there was someone else that was the driver. I remember him saying that.
For more than 30 years. Have you fired a rifle?
Yes, numerous times. I'm an avid hunter.
When you fire a single shot from a rifle, will a casing always eject?
No, it depends on what rifle you're shooting. If you have a bolt action rifle, if you shoot, you need to manually open up the bolt. The projector, the casing will go out, will eject, and then you would put another bolt, or you'd close the bolt and put another round in your gun. If it's a semi-automatic rifle, then yes, as soon as you shoot, the casing will pop out and another bullet will go into the chamber.
YouTube and
Based
Twitch.
upon what Brandon had told you, that he only saw the end of the barrel come out the back window, did you expect to find a casing around here?
No, not at all.
That's what everyone else said.
Well, it's a Jeep, and I also have a Jeep Wrangler myself, but if the barrel is just kind of right out by the end of the Jeep where the window goes up, the rest of the rifle is inside the Jeep. So wherever that...
Oh, wait, no, you're right. Because if it was a two-door, then there's only a window in the front too, right? I don't fucking know. What model is this again? I think we have pictures of the Jeep. Hold on. I have a picture of it. Let me see. Cases. Oops, wrong one. That's Adelson. Did I save the picture of the Jeep? Oh, here's the Jeep. I don't know. I can't tell. Because the back, there's still like a hard... Oh, maybe it's like two doors. But then maybe you could still have a... You know, like back in the old days, or some cars where it's two doors, but you can still have passengers. No, sorry. That's they still have the cars like that today. I forgot. Two doors, but then you like pull up the front seat or the passenger seat, and then people can like scoot through and still sit in the back. And the back still has windows. I think that's maybe how it is.
person is, whether it's in the driver's seat, well, if it's two doors, it's got to be the driver's seat, passenger seat area. As soon as the rifle is fired, the bullet comes out, it's going to be right inside the Jeep. It's not going to go out the back end because it's a long rifle. So the casing, if it was a semi-auto, it's going to have fallen right there somewhere, the driver's seat or maybe in between the passenger seat in that area.
Oh, what are you making for dinner?
Did you in fact tell the other officers and sergeants that arrived at the scene that you didn't expect to find a casing because of that reason?
That is correct, yes.
You told us that you have a Jeep Wrangler yourself.
Yes.
In order to open that back window, do you have to remove the rear tire if you want to just open the window? And
Yes, I mean, even if you didn't have a rear tire, you got to open up the tailgate. The tailgate comes first, then the window would pop up.
Okay. So if there's a tire on it and you want to open just the window.
Hubs is a two-door and he doesn't have a back seat. Oh, I think it depends. I remember they said this was like one of the base models. But yeah.
So it would hit the tire.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. After, I guess, as you are collecting
Rain.
this information, did you call to have detectives come to arrive at the scene?
Yes, I went back in my patrol car, contacted my sergeant, advised him what I had, and the detectives were dispatched out to the scene.
Now, while you were sort of the person who was having contact with Brandon, and you're observing him having to sit down and shaking, did you talk to him about whether or not he needed someone to come be there with him?
Yes, I asked him if he needed a bottle of water. I asked him if there was maybe a family member or a friend that could be with him during this investigation.
And did, at some point during the time you were here, did a couple of his friends show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay. As this investigation was going on, once you realized this was really a bullet hole, we see some yellow tape here. What is that?
That is crime scene tape. At the time, we knew that we now have a crime scene. So what we'll do is put the tape in the area that we feel that is part of the actual crime scene. So no other, whether they're officers, the public, or anybody cannot come in
Yeah, here's a picture of the Jeep from the window tints guy's testimony. So 2 doors. I can't see the back though. It looks like it could just be like a box. Maybe there's a window there. Because he did mention saying that he tinted the front window 20% on top of the factory tint. And in the back, he said he did 5% on top of the factory tint. So I think there is a window right here. And we don't know if there's back seats back there. They could have mentioned it earlier and I didn't listen.
Into that area, and it's an area that detectives and officers can search without it being contaminated by people coming in, going in that area.
In fact, did one of Brandon's friends sort of arrive while he was initially here, and he was kind of asked to move back away from the scene some?
That is correct, yes.
And so we can see here, the yellow tape is sort of behind where you have explained the Jeep was located according to Brandon.
Yes.
Now, did you have a couple different contacts with Brandon as you were gathering information and sort of going back to your car and making some phone calls?
Yes, I had contact with him.
Butter chicken curry. Oh, that sounds so good. Yum.
Him in front of his home, and also when we had him and his friends go across the street and sit on the grass in the neighbor's house.
Before he went across the street to sit, did you talk to Brandon about who he thought might have been responsible for this?
Yeah, I asked him if he had any enemies that would be doing this.
And so because of the way that he talked to you about this, where Jeep is parked there and he arrives and the door comes open and a barrel of a rifle comes out, were you trying to determine who might be the person doing that?
That is correct, yes.
Did Brandon tell you that the only thing he could think of was his soon-to-be ex-wife's family?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you that he thought this might be in relation to an incident that occurred in Chandler?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you the names of people who were?
So the jury has heard about an incident that happened in Chandler, but they don't know exactly the details. And the Chandler incident, that's the one where Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow's husband, was murdered by her brother.
Involved in that incident that he thought might be involved in his shooting?
Yes, he did. He said Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
During your conversation later with Brandon, did he provide you information that Lori Vallow and her husband at the time, Charles Vallow, had previously lived in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Was that significant to you, given the fact he told you the Jeep had Texas plates?
Exactly. If these folks are from Texas, Texas plates, it's a good possibility, 2 and 2 together, that possibly could be the suspect.
Was that all things that you were passing along to the sergeants for them to brief to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Did you talk to Brandon about when he had moved into this residence, how long he'd been here?
Yes, I did.
And did he advise you that well, let me ask you, this was October 2nd, was a Wednesday, right?
It's only been there for a couple
Did he
weeks.
tell you he had just moved in the prior Wednesday?
That is correct. He's
Oh,
moving
wow.
in Wednesday, Thursday area, yes, of last week, the week before.
So the Wednesday and Thursday, he had been physically moving into this house.
That is correct, yes.
Did you go through Brandon's morning routine on that day, October 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did he talk to you about his timeline of leaving at 7:25 to take his kids to school?
Yes.
Did he tell you about dropping off his youngest with his soon-to-be ex-wife?
Yes, he did.
Now, and did you again relay all of that to the sergeants to be briefed to the detectives?
That is correct, yes.
Were you taking notes of that as you were speaking with him?
Yes, from the minute I started until I left the scene, I was taking notes.
Were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
So was that also recording that?
Yes.
You told us that at some point, Brandon and his friends moved across the street to sort of get out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they sort of sitting under a tree in some shade?
Yes.
Did you, at some point, talk to the neighbor whose, I guess, yard y'all were sitting in?
Yes, I did.
Did you look for and ask for any cameras at her house?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No, there were no cameras.
And did you just remain with Brandon Boudreaux and his friends until detectives came to meet and interview with him?
Oh, I read it wrong. I read it as your dad bought you the Jeep Wrangler when you were 6. Like 6 years old. I read it wrong. They gave it to me when I was 16. It was old by then, but then still a great car.
Yes, I did.
Dude, as a teenager, when you're given a car, you don't care which car it is. You're just like so happy just to be driving.
State has no other questions, Your Honor.
So again, Brandon had just moved in about a couple days before the shooting happened. And according to Brandon, only about 5 people at the time knew where Brandon lived. And Melanie, for sure, his ex-wife, or yeah, I think it was ex-wife at this time, knew his schedule, knew that the children weren't going to be there with him because he had just dropped them off at school, / dropped off one of them with her.
Cross.
Hey, Michael, what's going on? Michael Green Chili Chicken. How are you doing today? Have you sent Lori your green chili chicken enchilada recipe to her prison? All right, Lori's pretending to do some work over there. Just whispering about who knows what. Oh, how dare you make me crave butter chicken or egg rolls? Someone had Chinese food earlier this weekend, but not the egg rolls.
Officer Rob, is it okay if I call you that since you're
That is
retired?
fine.
Okay.
Here comes
Officer
Laura.
Rob, when you had stated that you saw a gentleman standing in the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
How far in the street was Brandon when you pulled up?
From the sidewalk,
Yeah.
maybe 2, 3 feet, maybe.
Okay. So closer to the driveway side?
I would assume so, yes. I'd say maybe a couple feet east of the driveway and about maybe 2 or 3 feet into the street.
Okay. And then where did you park when you drove up?
Across the street.
And then did you talk to Brandon in the street? Did you guys go into the driveway? What happened at that point?
I started talking to him because he was still on the phone. He was in the street, and I had him walk onto the sidewalk, which was a lot safer than being in the street, and tell me what was happening.
Okay. So you said he was on the phone when you came up?
Yes,
So he ended that call and then moved, or he was on the phone still when he moved to the driveway?
now, when I arrived, I believe he was talking to our 911 dispatch. When I arrived and told him what was happening, he hung up with the dispatch.
Okay. And then how long did you talk before you went over to look at the Tesla?
I couldn't give you maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so.
Okay. And then when you looked at the Tesla and you put your pen in the Tesla and kind of wiggled it around, were you looking for the
Oh, she's the one that put the pen in the Tesla hole.
projectile in there?
I was looking for the projectile, and I was also looking for the trajectory of how that bullet went in so I could figure out where in the vehicle it might, if it did exit, where it could have exited.
Like to see if the hole went through possibly into the car?
No, I'm just looking to see which way the bullet was going in the car, so if we can find it, where in the vehicle it could have been.
Okay. So did you, I mean, is that kind of a typical thing that you stick your pin in there to find trajectory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't think that could do anything to dislodge any of the projectiles or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you find any large projectiles within that hole?
I did not.
And you didn't find any of the projectiles, is that correct? You didn't extract them out of there?
That's correct. No, I did not.
Someone did that later?
I don't know.
Okay. And so did you figure out the trajectory with your pen?
I can see which way it went into the vehicle.
And which way was that?
I believe it went up. I don't have the picture in front of me, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to try to explain. But where the driver would have been and his head would have been right here, the projectile or the bullet hole was approximately maybe 1.5 to 2 inches above where Brandon's head would have been in the driver's seat. And it went up, and it would have been kind of an upward motion into the frame of the car,
An upward motion.
kind of going up like this.
Okay. And how big was that actual hole that you viewed with your eyes?
I did not measure it, but it was definitely a rifle round.
Okay. So in your experience with rifles, how big would the rifle bullet be to have to make that size of a hole? Like a typical rifle bullet or something bigger? I don't know much about bullets.
If you want me to guess, I would say maybe a 30-06.
Okay. And so did you give these trajectory points to when you were briefing the detectives when they got there, what you thought the trajectory was?
I did not, because they could easily see what was where the trajectory was. I let them make their determination.
And then did you look for, I know that you had asked him, you said you had asked him to open up the back seat. Is that correct? The back door
Yes.
to the back seat? And what did you find inside the back seat? Anything?
No.
How about the glass?
Which glass, in the back seat or in the back of the back door, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it was fully intact.
Well, I mean, just was there any glass in the back seat of the car?
No,
So was there glass in the front seat of the car?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
And there was some glass on the flooring?
There was glass on the outside. I couldn't tell you if there was anything inside the vehicle. I don't recall that.
Okay. And Brandon had told you, or had conveyed to you that the window had fallen out when the door opened. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And it had not been moved at all?
It has not.
And did you move it at all?
I did not.
Did you see any of the detectives move it?
I did not.
Was it basically intact and just shattered to your view?
It looked like it. I didn't see a bunch of little pieces. It looked like it was what would be a a tint, and how it shatters and it just stays in one big piece, and it's just on the ground right up there in the driveway.
Okay. And in that glass, did you see a bullet hole at all?
I didn't touch the glass.
Just looking, did you see a hole where like the bullet had gone through the glass?
No, I did not.
And you never found any kind of part of the projectile or saw an exit for the projectile anywhere in the vehicle?
That is correct.
So it looked like it stopped inside the frame. Is that what you were assessing?
Possibility, yes.
Okay. And you had said before that Brandon had thought it might be a BB gun. He'd indicated that to you?
He did.
And did he indicate to you about seeing a little boy outside?
Oh, God.
Nothing like that, no.
Okay. Or that it was possibly a
Lori over here trying to blame the little boy again with the paintball gun. The non-existent little boy.
paintball gun.
They made a comment, yes.
And then you had stated that you put a flashlight in there to see if there was an exit. Is that correct?
Let's see if I saw anything inside
Because she knows there's a bullet hole. That's why she keeps saying it. Hey, Moondog, how are you doing today? Hello, hello.
projectile or anything in that hole. I did.
And you didn't see any kind of exit hole with the flashlight?
That's correct.
Okay. You had stated that when Brandon's first friend showed up, that he was inside the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Don't believe the crime scene tape was put up quite yet.
Okay. But he was walking right by the vehicle, by the Tesla. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then are you aware that there was one piece of glass found in the street?
I could not tell you that. I don't know.
So if Brandon and his friends were walking around in that before the crime scene tape was put up, it could possibly have been kicked or moved by a shoe.
A possibility.
Yeah. Did Brandon go from where the Tesla was to back to the street and back and forth? Or,
I don't believe so. I think he pretty much stayed on that sidewalk.
okay.
I remember.
But initially he was standing in the street.
That is correct.
Did you think that was odd since someone just shot at him? That he would be standing out in the middle of the street where someone could come back around the bend?
Object to speculation.
Sustain.
You had stated that Brandon had conveyed to you that he had no idea what had happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so he was bewildered. Is that what word you used?
Yes.
And that he had described the vehicle that had shot at him as a darkish green Jeep Wrangler.
That is correct.
And so did he not say puke green to you?
I can't recall if he said puke green.
And then did he go and get his phone and show you a color of a green and said camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. So he actually showed you a picture of the green color.
He didn't show me. He was looking at his phone, and there was another officer, Officer Bullock, myself, we're looking at, and that's the color that he was looking at, and he said camel green.
Okay. So, but you saw the picture of the camo green that he was showing to Officer Bullock?
I don't believe so, no.
But you heard him say the word camo green?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you said something about that he saw a silencer but heard a loud bang.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there was a silencer, would there be a loud bang?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know of silencer on a rifle. I have no idea. I've never heard silencer on a rifle, so I can't answer that.
You guys ever watch that John Wick video where you know how they put like silencers on guns, but in movies they make it sound like pew pew pew, but like in reality, it's actually still kind of loud. There's a video that some YouTuber made to show what it really sounds like with the real like silencer or something, and it was still loud as fuck.
In all your shooting experience, you've never used one or had known anything about them?
Not a silencer. I know a silencer on a handgun, but not on a rifle, so I don't know how loud or how quiet it would
Puke green probably ate someone's green chili chicken enchiladas.
be.
Okay. And so if you're inside a car, like a nice car, right, like a Tesla, and all the windows are shut and the doors are shut, maybe you have the radio on, you might not even hear a loud bang. I mean, if there was a silencer, you might not even hear a loud bang at all. Wouldn't that be true?
Again, to speculation,
Hello, Michelle. How are you doing today?
since she's already indicated she doesn't
Hold
know.
on. She testified she hasn't experienced a silencer on a rifle, so the objection is sustained.
In your estimation of looking at the crime scene, because you were first on the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That how far away would the back of the Jeep have been to where the shot occurred when Brandon was turning into the driveway, in your estimation?
I did not, and an estimate, maybe 10 feet?
Okay. So would it be hard, someone has shot rifles, right? Hard to hit your target at 10 feet away with a rifle?
No, I don't think so.
No.
And you had stated that you didn't think that there would be a casing anywhere on the ground, but they did canvass for a casing anyway, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And were you part of the side-by-side walking down the road looking for any kind of projectile or casings that went around the block?
No.
Okay. Those 11 other officers?
I don't know how many. There were officers, but I couldn't tell you how many.
But you did not participate in that?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you gone by that point, or you were still there working the scene?
I don't know what time they started that, so I couldn't tell you that.
Did you see them doing that?
I did not in front of the house. No, I did not.
So you didn't witness any of those people walking the whole block to search for things?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay. So it could have been done after possibly you left the scene?
Yes.
Okay. About how long do you think that you were there at the scene?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my notes. Got to be at least an hour, maybe 2.
Okay. And what was your role after you spoke to Brandon, briefed the detectives, then what were you doing?
I just stood on the grassy area on the other side of the road where Brandon and his 2 friends were sitting on the grass.
And you had mentioned something.
Man, I can't wait to listen to closing arguments and listening Lori argue that it could be a child with a paintball gun, that the glass on the street was not really from the Tesla, and that he wasn't shot while he was driving on the street. And maybe it was caused by a tire. I don't know. I don't know what she's going to say in cross-examination or in closing arguments. So I'm can't wait for it.
About, did you talk to some neighbors? Is that correct?
There was a neighbor that came out of her door, and she was standing at her front entrance to her house.
And you spoke with her?
I did.
And did you come back and follow up with any of the neighbors?
Not with not just her, not with any other neighbors.
Did you go follow up with her?
No, I did not.
And you stated, so when you were speaking to Brandon initially, when did he call his friends to come over?
It was after I went back into my patrol car, came back out, maybe 10 minutes later or so. I assume he was on the phone and contacted him at that time.
Okay. And did you discuss that with him, like, go ahead and call your friends or call someone to come be with you?
No, I told him, do you need me to call someone for you to be with you?
Okay. And he decided to do that himself?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. You had stated something about that he was at the front of the house. So before he was under the tree, he was sitting at the front of the house? Is that correct?
When I initially arrived,
No, after you spoke to him for the first few minutes.
that is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you enter the house at all?
I did not.
Did you enter the garage at all?
No.
And in your notes, did you write a report?
I did.
Is the neighbor that you spoke to Samantha Baybach?
Can I look at my report to refresh my memory? Because I couldn't tell you right off.
Sure.
She has it. She has it.
Raybuck, yes.
Oh, Raybach. Okay, I must have that one. And did she convey to you? Object to hearsay.
Sounds like that's where it was going.
Damn, that was quick. Oh.
Sustained.
Did you learn that someone in the
She
neighborhood
had her hand hovering over the button. Objection to hearsay.
had thought there was a dark blue Jeep?
Again to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did she give you any relevant information that was used in your investigation?
She really didn't give me really any information on that. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did you use any of the any information that you received from Samantha Raybach in your investigation?
I gave that information to the detective.
And would that be Detective Hiller?
I don't remember which, there was a lot of detectives. I don't remember exactly who I spoke with to give that information to.
Okay. And Detective Pillar is the case agent, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that kind of who you report to, though? If there's anything going on, you kind of go to the case agent?
I would, yes.
And so have you spoken to Detective Pillar about this case since October 2nd, 2019?
No,
So he's never asked you any follow-up questions or anything about the case?
no.
So in your report, you wrote your report and just handed it over, and that was that?
It submitted it and that was it. Yes, correct.
Okay. And in your
A lot of Lori's questions, like I see where she's trying to go with some of the stuff and like trying to attack the investigation, but a lot of the questions that she asks, I feel like a lot of it's just recap. So it literally to me just feels like it's a redirect where she's just like telling or asking the witness on the stand to just repeat what they said in direct testimony.
in your report, do you remember reporting that it was like pukey green?
I would have to get a recollection. I'm not sure about that.
So you're refreshing your memory by looking at your report?
Yes, sir.
You're waiting for her to pull a Tom Cruise from A Few Good Men. I don't remember what did Tom Cruise do? What's the movie A Few Good Men about? Is that the attorney movie?
You see green. I don't believe it's pukey green.
I thought that was funny. Okay, so no one that you spoke to, Officer Rob, other than Brandon, heard a loud bang. Is that correct?
I'm going to check the hearsay.
I'll sustain, you can rephrase that.
The only witness you have that heard.
Okay, I mean, look at this thumbnail right here. Can you see my mouse right here? Is that Jack Nicholson? Oh, it is. Why does he look like a fucking is it Alien or Predator that has a little like teeth babies coming out of their mouth? But I don't know if I've seen this movie. I'll add it to my list though. Sounds familiar, but I don't remember the cast. 1992. Oop, they logged me out. Boo. 1992 American legal drama based on a 1989 play. Naval base, tied up, beaten. Oh, someone is tied up and beaten up in the middle of the night after they're found dead. They're accused of murder. They face a court martial. Okay. Yeah, check it out. This looks sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. You can handle the truth. Okay, I must have seen it then. I don't remember it. He's an attorney with the Navy, I think. Okay. It's on my list.
Heard a loud bang was Brandon, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Brandon also stated that he thought there was a silencer on the gun, is that correct?
He did. He said there was something in the front that he believed was a silencer.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
So, guys, how was Lori Vallow's cross-examination? Was she poking them holes with her stilettos into the police investigation?
When you were talking to Brandon, he was talking about thinking it was maybe a BB gun. Was he indicating that he thought this because that nothing came into his car, like there was no hole through his window into his vehicle?
That is correct.
When you are the first officer on scene, did it become clear to you when you went up to the Tesla that he had no idea there was a bullet hole in his vehicle?
That is correct, yes.
When you were talking about Brandon's demeanor, about him having sort of no idea what happened, you're not saying that he didn't know what occurred that day, that he wasn't able to tell you what he saw and what happened as he drove up, right?
That is correct.
So was Brandon able to tell you turned onto a street and saw this Jeep?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Was Brandon able to tell you what happened when he turned onto a street and saw the Jeep there?
Yes, he did that.
He was able to tell you about seeing that back window come up.
Correct.
And he was able to tell you about seeing the rifle barrel come out.
Yes,
He was able to tell you about the rifle barrel having what he thought was a silencer at the end.
that is correct.
And then he was able to tell you that he heard that loud bang and his window shattered,
That is correct.
and that after that he went straight.
That, yes,
See that line of questioning? Boom, 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 boom. The jury's awake. It's straight to the point. Let's go.
that's correct.
And he was able to give you the description of the Jeep Wrangler,
Yes,
2 doors,
yes,
that it had that Texas license plate on it,
that's correct.
the direction and location where it was parked.
Yes,
Did Brandon tell you that his car was still moving when the bullet struck his car?
I believe he did.
So the person from that back of the Jeep is firing as his vehicle is still moving.
That's correct.
When you were there, you were asked by the defendant about anyone or about Brandon or anyone going into the house or the garage. Was it your understanding that the other officers that were there cleared the house?
They were going to clear the house, yes.
You just didn't participate in that.
That's correct.
What does it mean to clear the house?
It's a possibility they were thinking there could be somebody in the house, so when they clear the house, they're actually searching room to room in the house to make sure there was no one else there.
Okay, so did Brandon give him permission to go into his house and do whatever they needed to do?
Yes, they did.
When you first drove up on the scene, you said Brandon was in the street on the phone with 911 still?
Yes,
Was he kind of looking as you came up and kind of going towards you?
I believe so.
And then as you walked up to him, did you sort of take him back onto the sidewalk
Yes, I started explaining, what's going on, and then, yeah, I had him go up on the sidewalk myself.
to kind of just had him follow you up there?
Yes,
And then you said when you started talking with him, he then hung up with 911?
that is correct.
Okay. In terms of the distance between the Jeep and the Tesla,
Oh, she's got you guys convinced. Little boy with the paintball gun in the middle of the daytime. Genre plot twist. Lori took her Arizona bar exam while in jail.
was it just a little more than the width of the driveway, basically? I'm going to put up Exhibit 7 here. So if we are talking about the Jeep is here, right?
That is correct, yes.
And this is Brandon's driveway?
Yes,
So did he explain the end of the Jeep was right on the edge of his driveway?
yes, it was.
And so the distance between the end of the Jeep and Brandon's car would be sort of where that, from the end of his driveway to where the cone was?
That's correct. I didn't do any measurements, but just assumption, just looking at it, I'd say maybe approximately 10 feet.
Okay. And then you were not responsible for searching the distance of where Brandon told you he had driven or where he had seen the vehicle, the Jeep, go?
That is correct.
At some point during this, when detectives were there, did you finally get relieved to go do other calls?
Yes, I went back onto my routine patrol, yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Are there any,
All right,
are there any
easy.
questions
Straight
for
to
this
the
witness
point.
from jury? Write down your question if you have a question. Pass it forward. I wrote it down.
I'm checking out Lori's 71-page appeal thing. Just skimming on through. I know, we finally get a jury question. First jury question of the trial, I think. Should we read the 71-page document? This might burn my eyes a little bit, but you know the spacing is a little bit funky, so it's not too bad actually. Maybe I'll read like half of it. Not necessarily the legal jargon stuff. I want to read like the timeline stuff. Wait, Chad representing Lori is the capacity of her attorney? Wait, you talking about Chad Daybell? Wait, hold on. Oh, no, it's a different attorney. Okay, sorry. I'm just skipping through. Just ignore me. Jury question, Miss Halloween. Do you have any line of questioning that is relevant to this trial? Oh, Miss Vallow. Is that an autocorrect? Okay, I guess I could just forward it.
Target. Would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target?
Would it be easier or harder to hit a closer target? Okay, I'm just gonna make faces, that's it.
Actually, B, if you have a sight, if you're using a scope, it's harder.
All right, any follow-up based on that question first from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
And would the movement of the object you're striking also play into the difficulty of hitting it?
It would be the moving of the vehicles. Also, it depends on whoever is doing the shooting with the rifle. Do they have a rest where they can shoot and everything? Meaning a rest, meaning you put your gun on a stable platform and you're able to shoot where there's when the recoil happens, the gun does not jump. If you're doing it freehand, then a lot of times the gun will kind of go up the recoil and your gun would kind of go in an upward direction.
So if a person is shooting a moving target using a gun that doesn't have a stable platform, the recoil of the rifle could also impact the ability to hit the target.
That is correct. If they're aiming here, a lot of times without the rest, it might just kind of go up just a hair and miss its actual target.
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our afternoon recess for about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
15 minutes. Okay, well, let's wait until the court comes back. We'll begin reading Lori Vallow's 71-page appeal for Idaho. Should we do that? Why not? Why not? Since we're waiting 15 minutes. All right, y'all. Finally have some jury questions. We got some jury questions. The state asked some follow-up questions, and then nothing from Lori. I was a little distracted, sorry. Tiny bit distracted. I might need to rewind it a little bit on my end. Okay, so this was filed by a real attorney, okay? Not by Lori. Lori has a real attorney representing her. Let's read it a little bit. This was filed a couple days ago. Yeah. A couple days ago. All right. Statement of the case. Nature of the case. Let me zoom in for you guys a tiny bit. There you go. This is Lori Noreen Daybell's direct appeal from the district court's judgment imposing a controlling term of life in prison without possibility of parole for her convictions on 2 counts, first-degree murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft, and 1 count of grand theft. Ms. Daybell respectfully contends several prejudicial errors tainted the fairness of the proceedings in the district court. 3 appellate issues surround the district court's mishandling early in the case of the state's request to remove Ms. Daybell's retained attorney. First, on the merits, the district court's ruling disqualifying Ms. Daybell's attorney violated her fundamental Sixth Amendment right to counsel of her choice. Second, the court deprived Ms. Daybell of her Sixth Amendment right of assistance of counsel at a critical stage when it erroneously routed the disqualification issue into the companion case of State v. Chad Guy Daybell. Oh, I forgot Guy was his middle name. Chad Guy Daybell. And did not allow her counsel to intervene in behalf of her case. Third, the court violated Ms. Daybell's 14th Amendment right to due process of law when it heard and decided this issue while Ms. Daybell was incompetent Her case was stayed and she was not present. The district court also erred in permitting the state to present wide-ranging, uncharged bad acts evidence at trial under Rule 404B of the Idaho Rules of Evidence, which injected prejudicial character and propensity evidence into the case. I wonder if the prior bad acts is the murder of her. No, actually, because the prior bad acts at that point, they were not. There's no conviction, and I don't know if when did they even charge her with Chandler and with what's going on in Arizona, the trial right now. I don't know when she was even charged. And finally, the trial never should have happened because Ms. Daybell's right to a speedy trial was violated. All right, they want to reverse the district court's decision. Here's some background stuff, y'all. Background from Arizona to Idaho. A. In 2018, Lori Vallow lived in Arizona, was married to Charles Vallow. Lori and Charles had adopted Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, JJ. JJ was born prematurely and was autistic. He was smart and loving, but he was also a typical 7-year-old autistic kid, meaning that he followed a strict routine, had some trouble in social situations, and could get upset at small things. All right. He was not yet fully potty trained at night, and he attended a private school that had services for autistic kids. Lori's daughter was from her previous marriage. 16-year-old Tylee also lived in the home. Tylee was smart and a vivacious kid, but could be a moody teenager. Oh gosh, are we going to talk shit about Tylee and possibly go down that route where it was a suicide, it was a family tragedy? Tylee struggled with depression, anxiety, and panic attacks, and she had frequent and painful bouts of pancreatitis throughout her childhood. Ouch. Tylee got her GED so that she could graduate from high school early. Nice. Lori's faith was a central component for her life, and she was a devout member of the Church of Jesus Latter-day of Later. What is it? Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In October 2018, Lori met Melanie Gibb at a church event, and they became friends. This is the other Melanie. They talked on the phone and texted each other often. Another member of their circle was Zulema Pastenes. Melanie and Zulema had been routinely preparing a people conference was a group of association. I'm fucking this up. Preparing a people. That's what it's called. Preparing a people. Preparing a people was a group or association that sponsored periodic conferences and events with speakers who would teach attendees how to be prepared for anything that might happen, like a disaster, but as well as preparing them for a second coming of Jesus Christ. Melanie and Zulema shared these interests in common with Lori, along with other individuals in their circle of friends. In late October 2018, Melanie, Zulema, Lori, and 2 other women drove to St. George, Utah. Is that where St. George? That's where Hildebrandt lived, right? Jody Hildebrandt. Chad Daybell from Rexburg, Idaho, was a frequent speaker at these conferences, where he would also sell his novels about end times preparation, near-death experiences, and other spiritual matters. Let me make sure I have this on. Okay. Chad attended the October 2018 conference in St. George. Lori had not met Chad before, but she had read a few of his books. Lori spent much of the weekend at Chad's table. Melanie claimed that Chad told Lori that they had been married in an earlier time period. Are we going to talk about the sexting and the cheating and the kiss and the affair? As a part of their religious beliefs, Chad, Lori, and others believed that people had lived multiple prior lives or probations. Chad had also had a near-death experience in which he gained spiritual insight, as had Lori, and he claimed to be able to see beyond the veil. There was an immediate connection between Chad and Lori. I think a bunch of you guys in my chat told me that Chad had like a diving experience that was really scary. I don't know. And then someone was like, he had a belly flop near death. And I start using that as like a near death experience so that he could elevate himself around other people. I don't know. I mean, belly flops are pretty fucking scary, you know? You never know what might happen. You could drown. After they met, Chad and Lori continued to contact and see each other. This was a difficult time in Lori's own marriage, which had started to deteriorate. By early 2019, Lori and Charles had separated. Okay, so we're not really going to talk about like the cheating. It's just like, oh yeah, they just contacted and they just saw each other. Okay, all right. Lori and Charles tried a brief reconciliation in Houston before Lori moved back to Arizona with Tylee and JJ. Chad taught a circle of friends that he could see the light and dark in people, and he had developed a rating scale of lightness and darkness. Oh God, so fucking cringe. He's like a spectrometer. After that, as Melanie and Zulem would testify at trial, Lori began to tell them that Charles was possessed by a dark spirit or a demon. We heard that about the previous trial. They engaged in castings with her in something akin to a prayer circle where they would attempt to cast out Charles' dark spirit. On July 11, 2019, Charles came to Arizona to spend time with JJ. He arrived at his estranged wife's home a little after 7:30 a.m. to take JJ to school. Charles got JJ into his car when he realized that he had left his phone inside. I don't believe this. I don't think JJ was ever really in the car, and I don't think he realized he left his phone inside. I think they snatched the phone away from him. Tylee was sleeping in her bedroom, and Alex Cox, Lori's brother, was sleeping in another bedroom. Charles came back inside to get his phone, but Lori had it. Or I don't even know if I even believe the phone thing. He could have just been attacked and they took his phone afterwards. Charles got extremely upset that she had his phone. They argued and Charles started chasing Lori around the room to get his phone. Hearing the commotion, Tylee came out of the bedroom. Yes, blame it on Tylee and the baseball bat, which she had poked at Charles to protect her mom. Poke. He took the bat from her, and by this time, Alex had stirred and emerged from the bedroom to subdue the Charles. Subdue the Charles? The Charles? Okay. Lori got Tylee into the house and into the car with JJ. Alex claimed that Charles hit him in the head with the bat, so he went to get his gun. He came out of his room with a gun. Charles approached him with a bat, and Alex shot him twice. Police officers would later testify that some of the physical evidence did not match Alex's version. Charles died from his wounds. He sure did. Because of Charles' death, JJ began to receive Social Security benefits as a Charles surviving minor child. Lori checked into Charles' $1 million life insurance policy, discovered that he had changed the Benny recently to his sister, and she was pissed. On September 1, Lori moved from Arizona to Rexburg with Tylee and JJ. Alex also moved to Rexburg. Lori lived in an apartment, and Alex lived in another unit in the same complex. Lori's niece, Melanie Pawlowski, whom she considered to be a daughter, came to Rexburg and lived in the same complex. Melanie, who was divorcing her husband, Brandon Boudreau, was part of the same group of friends as Lori, so everyone was living closer to Chad Daybell. Lori enrolled JJ in a local elementary school. Tylee had finished high school and was living at home for the time being. Again, September is when the kids were starting to disappear, one by one. September 8th, Alex, Lori, and the kids went to Yellowstone National Park. Lori took a picture of the smiling Tylee hugging JJ with Alex to the side near some of the Yellowstone's famous geysers. And a lot of people were thinking, is this the trip that they took because they knew they were going to get rid of the kids? It's as if it's like, here's your last send-off. Let's take you to Yellowstone National Park before we fucking murder you. I think this was like the last photo that they had of the kids, if I remember correctly. On September 20th, Melanie Gibb and her fiancé, David Warwick, came to Idaho for the weekend to visit Lori. Again, this is a different Melanie, the friend Melanie. Melanie and Lori were also attending to record a podcast. Oh my God. Is the podcast out? Do you guys know anything about this podcast? Is it out? Melanie and David did not see Tylee while they were there. They did see and interact with JJ. However, they will later testify that on the evening of September 22nd, Alex came inside holding a sleeping JJ, taking him upstairs. Late in the evening, Lori and Melanie recorded their podcast with David also participating. The next morning, David and Melanie left to continue their trip. They did not see JJ. JJ also did not return to school. The October chats. Oh, also notice, who did they not mention here? They didn't see Tylee. They didn't see Tylee. Tylee had already been gone by this point. And then JJ, they apparently saw him. In October, Chad's wife, Tammy, was in her driveway, having just gotten out of her car, when a masked person approached and fired what appeared to be a paint gun at her. Oh, gosh. What appeared to be a paint gun. Oh, paint gun, paint gun, paint gun. She asked him what he thought he was doing, and the person ran away. Within a few days of the event, someone fired a gun from the back of the Jeep at Melanie Pawlowski's soon-to-be ex-husband, Brandon Boudreau, in Arizona. Oh, I didn't know Tammy was... Wait, what? Wait. Oh shit! I've had the timeline fucked up. I thought Tammy's death was before Brandon Boudreau was shot at. I'm sorry, guys. I had it completely fudged up. The shooter missed him, and Brandon stepped on the gas. This incident also became the part of the state's case at trial under IRE 404B. Oh, okay. So that's what they used for prior bad acts. October 19, Tammy Daybell suddenly died, ostensibly in her sleep. The coroner initially ruled the death to be natural. Chad chose not to have an autopsy completed, and Tammy was buried in Utah within a few days. He collected life insurance for her death. Of course he did. November 5th, Chad and Lori were married in Hawaii. Of course they were. In November, JJ's grandmother contacted the police seeking a welfare check because she had not heard from her grandson in quite some time. The Rexburg police contacted Lori at her town home. She told them that JJ was with her friend Melanie Gibb in Arizona. The police contacted Melanie Gibb, who shared that she had him, but then she didn't have him any. What the fuck did it say? Shared that she had him, but then she didn't have him anyone. That Lori had him. There's like some typos in here, dude. Didn't have him anymore. She then called them back and told them that JJ had never been with her. Yeah, because at this point, Melanie Gibb didn't want to be a part of this shit. After this encounter, Lori and Chad left Rexburg and went to Hawaii to celebrate. In the meantime, Alex Cox had married Zulema Pastenes. What? Hold on. I thought Alex Cox and Zulema were married for like a little bit more than this. I didn't know they married around the same time. Wait, this is crazy, guys. Oh my gosh. He moved back to Arizona to live with her. On December 12th, Alex died. Huh. We're just getting rid of all the men, huh? Okay, so they said that Alex Cox's death was a natural it was naturally caused, but you know, a lot of the husbands are dying, and yeah, it is kind of weird, but it was ruled as a natural cause of death, so we'll leave it at that. Tammy's body was exhumed and examined. The coroner revised the cause of death to be asphyxiation. The children's whereabouts continued to be unknown. Law enforcement intensified their investigation. On February 20th, 2020, police officers arrested Lori Daybell in Hawaii on 2 felony charges alleging desertion of her children, along with associated misdemeanor charges. She was extradited to Idaho to face those charges. Wow. What a recap of the timeline. A, the events leading to the district court's disqualification of Lori Daybell's retained counsel of choice. All right. I think they should be back from court soon, but we'll continue reading before we get there. I did hear that he died on the toilet seat. Sounds like a shitty death. Immediately upon her return, Lori retained attorney Mark Means as her counsel, with Chad supplying the funds to hire Means. Means entered his appearance as Lori's co-counsel in the desertion case. Means would eventually be her sole attorney in the case. Around that same time, Chad retained John Pryor to defend him against any forthcoming criminal charges. Pryor took the place of a previous attorney that Chad had retained, but who did not intend to represent Chad if a criminal case came to fruition. Several weeks after Means entered his appearance on April 28, 2020, he issued a press release that represented Chad and requested the media to please direct all requests for communication/statements to this office. He posted a similar message to his Twitter account. That same day, Lori called Chad from a jail phone. In that call, Chad indicated that Mark Means currently represented both Lori and him to some extent, though Chad told her he was eventually going to go with the other guy, meaning John Pryor. At Lori's bail reduction hearing, Means informed the judge that he represented both Lori and Chad. Within 6 weeks, on June 9th, 2020, police searched Chad's property and discovered the bodies of the missing children buried near a pet cemetery in his yard. While the search was ongoing, Chad attempted to drive away from the scene, but was arrested. Fucking Chad. Hi, Sheena. How are you doing today? Based on the evidence found during the search of the Daybell property, the state charged both Chad and Lori with conspiracy to alter or destroy evidence. These were the first criminal charges against Chad. Mark Means Gain appeared as Lori's attorney in her case. John Pryor now appeared in Chad's case as his counsel. Number 1. State's first attempt to remove attorney Mark Means. At Lori's initial appearance on the destruction of evidence charges in June, the judge asked Means whether he represented any co-conspirator listed in the complaint. Means responded that he did not. The state moved the court to deny Means entry in the case and to appoint new counsel for Lori, arguing that Means had a potential conflict of interest after previously holding himself out as counsel for both Chad and Lori. In support, the state relied on the public statements that Means had made in April and May of that year, indicating that he represented both Chad and Lori. It also pointed to April 28th recorded jail call between Chad and Lori, in which Chad suggests that Means represented both of them at the time. Means counters that he had, at most, represented Chad in a limited capacity for a brief period before he had been charged. He reasserted that Chad had separate counsel in criminal matters, John Pryor, who had also informed the judge on the more than one occasion there's no conflict of interest, and even if there were, it had been waived through a written waiver signed by both Chad and Lori Daybell. Means provided that a written waiver. The judge, Means further claimed that he had consulted with Idaho State Bar Counsel, who described the relationship as a limited representation or having a cup of coffee with Chad Daybell, and that representation, if any, ceased the moment Mr. Daybell retained Mr. John Pryor. The judge held a hearing on the issue, inquired of Lori whether she had reviewed and signed the written waiver. She waived any conflict again on the record. She indicated that she had, as did Chad at a later hearing. The judge concluded that while Means had represented both Chad and Lori before Chad was charged, creating a conflict of interest, both Lori and Chad had knowingly and voluntarily waived the conflict. 2. State charges Chad and Lori in a single indictment, but the court separates the cases for pre-trial purposes. I thought they wanted to have their own trials because one of them wanted to have a speedy trial while the other one didn't. And that's why Chad and Lori had separate trials. We'll see. Some 10 months later, on May 25th, 2021, the state charged Lori and Chad with murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and theft. Although the state charged both defendants in a single indictment, the district court assigned 2 case numbers, one for Chad, one for Lori. This decision would have lasting implications moving forward. Died by the shitter. Lol. Alex was playing the real-life Oregon Trail and died of dysentery. Oh my god, Oregon Trail is a fucking PTSD, dude. Your fucking characters just die for every little single goddamn thing, okay? It was so hard to play that game as a kid. Before Lori was arraigned on the new charges, the district court found her mentally unfit to proceed, and it suspended her case. It remanded Lori to the custody of the Department of Health and Welfare for a competency restoration, where she would remain undergoing treatment for the next 10 months. Man, I wonder if she was faking it. The court ordered that all the proceedings in her case were to cease in her case except matters related to the competency issue. Roughly contemporaneously, Mark Means filed a notice of appearance as Lori's counsel in the murder prosecution. He now represented her in all 3 cases against her. Given that the death penalty was an option, the court appointed a second counsel for Lori, public defender Jim Archibald. Oh, I like that name. Jim Archibald. Ooh, I just sneezed soon. The state's second successful attempt to remove attorney Mark Means. While Lori's case was stayed, the state revived his attempt to disqualify Means based on his alleged brief simultaneous representation of Lori and Chad before Chad had been charged over a year later. The state filed this motion under both Chad and Lori's case numbers. Perhaps in response to the state's filing of the motion in both cases, the district court entered an order reiterating that each defendant had a unique case and a unique case number. The court confirmed that the cases are 2 separate cases regardless of the single indictment, and that they will later only be joined for a single trial. Oh, okay. So pre-trial stuff was separate, and then they would have been joined together for the trial. Okay, confusing, but interesting. The court ordered the parties to file all subsequent pleadings in each case, captioning only that individual defendant's respective number, case number, and the name. In the wake of the order, the court set a hearing on the state's motion to disqualify Means because it had only stayed Lori's case. It is set that hearing only in Chad Daybell's case. Mark Means filed a motion for intervention so that he could be heard on the issue of his own disqualification. In his motion, he argued that he needed to present the facts and events necessary to resolve the disqualification issue, which squarely impacted his client's interests. He also noted that Lori has a right to her chosen counsel of record, and that the prosecution has taken a personal interest in obstructing her constitutional right. Mark Means and Jim Archibald were present at the hearing, as well as the prosecutors and John Pryor for Chad Daybell. Chad did not initially attend the hearing because, as Pryor indicated, I see no basis for the court to go forward on this conflict in this case. According to Pryor, this motion is more properly brought in the Vallow case. Pryor repeated the sentiment multiple times throughout the hearing. If the state wants to pursue this motion, they can pursue it in the Vallow case. I'm going to renew my objection. This is not part of the case, and it doesn't belong as part of this case. Acknowledging Pryor's concern, the district court noted that it's probably worth sorting out at the issue at this point of which case we are hearing this motion in. But then it quickly moved on to Means' motion to intervene in Chad's case. Means argued that the state was circumventing the stay in Lori's case by arguing the motion disqualify him in Chad's case. He claimed that he shouldn't have followed a motion for intervention because the motion is pending before both of the cases, but that he needed to be able to express our objection to going forward based on the stay that is happening, as well as the other things that have filtered through discovery that the court should consider in a motion such as this. While the state agreed with Means that this really was a single case against both defendants, it is disagreed with the court's order splitting them. It still objected to Means' request to be heard on disqualification issue in Chad's case. Construing Means' motion strictly as one formal intervention as a party, the district court denied the motion. It found that there was no authority following one defendant to enter as a party in another defendant's case, overlooking, perhaps, that it had artificially split the cases to begin with. While the court allowed Means and Archibald to observe the hearing on the state's motion for disqualification, they were not permitted to participate. The state steered the direction of the hearing, which occurred on August 30th and was continued to September 8, 2021, to focus on Chad's right to conflict-free counsel rather than Lori's right to counsel for choice. The hearing, the court admitted, as State's Exhibit 4, a partial audio recording of the April 28, 2020 jail call between Lori and Chad, in which Chad indicated to some degree that Mark Means was also his counsel at the time, but that he was eventually going to go with the other guy. Eventually, the court came around to the state's view, noting that it needed to explore the nature of any potential conflict with Chad personally. Pryor again suggested that if the court wants to go on way of an inquiry, that inquiry should probably take place in the Vallow case and not the Daybell case. The court took the matter under advisement. Are you back yet? Not yet. Okay. Within a few weeks, the court held an ex parte hearing where only Chad and John Pryor were present. There, Chad clearly expressed the view that he did not consider Mark Means to have been his counsel at any point. At that time, Means had made his public statements about representing both Chad and Lori. Chad had hired Pryor, but he did not necessarily want it to be known publicly that he had hired a criminal attorney. In that event, Chad informed the court that he did not provide Means with any confidential information that he was worried about being exposed. To the extent that there was any potential for a conflict, he consented to Means continue to represent Lori. The court again took matter under advisement. While the motion for Means disqualification was pending, an issue bubbled up regarding Lori's communication with an attorney from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Oh, which attorney is this? Means learned that a clinician at a state hospital had allegedly urged Lori to call the church to inquire about the possibility of obtaining, legal counsel paid by the church to take the place of her appointed public defender, co-counsel Jim Archibald. Did this happen? Based on that, Means filed a motion alleging certain violations by the state, contending that Lori had spoken freely with an attorney for the church who had indicated he might help her find additional counsel, only to turn around and give the information to the prosecuting attorney. Means issued subpoenas to various entities to get to the bottom of the contact between the church and the prosecutor. What? The state responded by denying any impropriety and claiming that the prosecutor had a very short conversation, about 1 minute, with an attorney representing the church before notifying co-counsel Archibald of the contact. Oh boy. Betrayal. Means allegations and legal machinations clearly touched a nerve with the state, which again urged the court in its responsive filing that Means had unwaivable and unethical conflict of interest due to his past dual representation. The state further argued that Mr. Means' continued involvement in this case is inappropriate and creates issues for appeal. Within a month of the dust trap, the court granted the state's motion and disqualified Mark Means as Lori Daybell's counsel. It concluded that Means had represented Chad at least for some period of time, that representation created a conflict of interest, and the court could not waive or would not honor a waiver because of the severity of the case. Lori Daybell was still in the state hospital. She was not permitted to choose her own attorney. Yeah, because she was deemed, incompetent, and they had to restore her back to competency for like 10 months or some shit while all this stuff was happening. But I mean, like, if you're the court and you're looking at these two people that could possibly be up for death penalty, like, you just want to make sure everything's clean cut, that way there's no issues for any appeals. So I can see why the court decided to not have Mark Means represent Lori Daybell if they thought maybe, he was also representing Chad previously. But even though Chad was like, no, he wasn't representing me, I didn't give him any details, it's like, do we take his word for it? I wonder if Chad would want to dig his own grave. I wonder what Chad thinks now. What do you think he thinks? Like, was it all worth it? I wonder how they treat him in prison. B. Miss Daybell regains competency and demands a speedy trial. Miss Daybell's competency was restored by April 11, 2022, and the district court lifted the stay in her case. She was arraigned on the charges. The state filed a notice that intended to seek the death penalty. The district court appointed attorney John Thomas as co-counsel to Jim Archibald. Oh, I love Jim Archibald, actually. Dude, Jim Archibald was like, I don't give a fuck. And I remember he was just like, dude, he was just like throwing Chad Daybell under the bus and talking shit about him. And I'm sure Lori was not happy about that. That's why she probably has PTSD of like hiring counsel to represent her. Dude, they talk so much smack about her lover. At her arraignment, Ms. Daybell demanded her right to a speedy trial, a position that she reiterated repeatedly throughout the case. The case was set for trial the following October. Almost immediately, the state filed a motion to continue the trial. Over Ms. Daybell's objection, the district court granted the state's request and reset the jury trial to begin in January of 2023. In September, Ms. Daybell's counsel received information from a mental health professional that they believe required a re-investigation of her competency. They filed a motion to continue the trial and told the deadlines for pre-trial filings. At the hearing of the motion, Ms. Daybell expressly disagreed with the findings of mental health evaluator and continued and objected to a continuance. She told the court that she believed the assessment was an attempt to prolong the case and that I am willing to give up my rights to waive my right to a speedy trial. Nonetheless, the court granted the continuance and held a competency hearing in November, after which it again found Ms. Daybell competent to proceed. It reset the trial April 3rd, 2023, about 90 days later than the January setting. Ms. Daybell moved to dismiss the case, claiming that her speedy trial rights were violated. The court denied her motion. So she was restored to competency. She was arraigned on the charges. They were going to get her the death penalty. They assigned her another attorney. She wanted a speedy trial. Why did the state file a motion to continue the trial? I don't have details about that. You pity anyone that comes in contact with her? Yeah. And Sarah Boone and Corey Richards. The district court grants the state's permission to introduce widespread uncharged bad acts from Arizona in the Idaho trial. Ooh, okay, this is what I'm interested in. Some 8 weeks before the trial, the state filed a motion to introduce evidence under Rule 404B of the Idaho Rules of Evidence. In that motion, it listed the general nature of the evidence that it sought to introduce, which included some 27 categories of evidence related to Charles Vallow's death, Lori's previous husband, and other evidence. Ms. Daybell's counsel objected that the state's motion failed to give them reasonable notice. They argued that the state intended to introduce an enormous amount of evidence from Arizona at the last minute, essentially another entire case or cases. The state has been hiding the ball on this issue for at least 1 year, 8 months, 16 days. The court expressed some agreement that the state's motion was overbroad and vague, which prompted the state to file an amended motion to introduce the 404B evidence. In the amended motion, it indicated that it intended to introduce evidence primarily related to the circumstances surrounding the death of Charles Vallow and the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Pawlowski's ex-husband. The defense again objected, noting the enormity of the evidence and the burden it would put the defense to investigate all those matters before a trial that was set to begin in a short few weeks. Shit. The court granted the state's amended motion with a few minor exceptions. It concluded that the evidence related to the shooting of Charles Vallow, the investigation into the shooting, and related matters was permissible, yes, to show the defendant's plan, prep, knowledge, or identity. Okay, because we were talking about this. I was just like, her murdering and attempting to murder all these people, doesn't that just all go into the grand scheme of her trying to collect money or getting people out of the way? That way she could be with fucking Chad and, you know, moving forward their religious movement shit, even though there's like really no one in there. I think like how many people were in their religious movement group again? It was like less than 10 people or some shit like that. It likewise allowed evidence of attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, also to show preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, and concluded that the probative value of the evidence was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Looks really fucking bad for her. She didn't think to run to Vietnam. Nah, she ran to fucking Hawaii. Hawaii. D, the district court strikes the state's notice of intent to seek the death penalty based on its repeated discovery violations. Are we back yet? We're not back yet. Okay, I feel like this has been more than 15 minutes, right? Let's keep reading. Less than a month before trial, the state dumped additional discovery on the defense well past the discovery deadline. This was a pattern throughout the case. The defense filed a motion to strike the death penalty as a sanction for the state's discovery violation. And this is where they fucked up. The court granted that motion. The court concludes here that an appropriate discovery sanction, the state will be precluded from seeking the death penalty at trial. And the state's May 2nd, 2022 notice of intent to seek the death penalty will be stricken. So this is why Lori Vallow did not get the death penalty instead, because the state fucked up and they dumped a bunch of discovery shit and it was a lot. Because Chad had waived his right to a speedy trial, the court severed the cases, and kept Lori's case on track for trial to begin April 3rd. The death penalty remained an option in Chad's case. I wonder, I figured they would want to have their trial together. That way they can see each other in trial every day at least, Maybe they're over each other at this point. E, the trial summarized. The trial proceeded as scheduled, lasting about 6 weeks with 60 witnesses. You know what? Actually, had Chad and Lori been together for the next couple of months or even years without law enforcement intervention, who do you think would have offed the other one first? Because, they both have murderous intentions. Maybe Chad would be like, hey, I'm sick of this woman. I'm going to off her and collect all the money that she was getting. Maybe the other way around. Maybe Lori gets sick of Chad and she, has a life insurance policy out on him and then she decides to off him too. Who would have killed who first? He would have been one of those motherfuckers. In addition to the basic historical facts recited in this brief, the state's case at trial relied on other circumstantial evidence, including cell phone geolocation data, placing Alex Cox at the burial sites, evidence of text messages and emails exchanged among the alleged co-conspirators, and the witness testimony about Lori and Chad's religious beliefs and statements. The defense countered that there was no physical evidence tying Lori to any of the deaths, and that the alleged conspiracy to murder anyone was entirely circumstantial and speculative, and that the state was using prior bad acts to shore up its case and imply guilt. The jury ultimately found Lori guilty of all counts. The district court sentenced her to 3 consecutive terms of life in prison with no possibility of parole for first-degree murder, 2 concurrent sentences of life without parole for the conspiracy to commit murder, and concurrent sentences of 5 to 10 years in prison for grand theft. She now appeals. Damn, so dramatic. The way they wrote this. No, they're not. They talk telepathically. Oh, wait, shit. I didn't have to play button on. Okay, they should be back by now. Let me use the bathroom really quick, and we'll start this. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh, shit. Okay, all right. You look forward to Lori being put away and done with? Aren't we all? Can't wait till she's irrelevant. All right, y'all, let's do this. I think I actually hit the space bar. That's what happened. Oopsies. Okay. Detective Pillar is back. Hi.
So last Friday when we broke, we had discussed how you have previously been responsible for collecting gunshot residue or GSR, correct?
Correct.
And that you had been taught and trained how to do that.
Correct.
And we talked about how you also have been responsible to collect or attempt to collect DNA or biological material using swabs.
That's correct.
and you were taught and trained how to do that.
Yes.
And I think we also talked about how you have been taught and trained how to collect fingerprints and have done that as well.
Correct.
So next, I wanted to talk to you about how you package these items of evidence. And let's start, for instance, with a GSR kit. After you have collected it the way you advised us, how would you package that to ensure?
Wait, sorry. Okay. This part is kind of boring. Like how you're packaging stuff and all that stuff. Sorry, it's boring. Boring. I'm gonna speed through this. Let's go to the more exciting stuff. But give me a second. I will read through Nate's tweet and then we'll catch up. The more exciting part. Okay. Here's what we got. Back in the courtroom. Judge is on the bench. Detective Pillar is back on the stand. Jurors are now taking their seats. Trina picks up the questioning about Pillar being trained in collecting gunshot residue. He's trained in collecting fingerprints. Pillar explains how DNA swabs are collected, sealed, and then processed. Immediately after collecting gunshot residue, you seal the item that you collected, put on a fresh pair of gloves, and proceed to the next collection. Pillar was collecting evidence in Rexburg, Idaho, on the Jeep, which we heard about. All the integrity seals were put on the evidence in Rexburg, and the report management system assigns a number for each individual piece of evidence. Pillar worked with the crime scene specialists, Tammy Leachik. They went to Rexburg in November 2019 to process the Jeep. Rexburg Detective Ray Hermosillo was with Pillar and helped execute the warrant. All the doors had integrity stickers on them to show it had not been physically accessed. Trina Moose submitted photos taken of the Jeep when Pillar was processing it, along with photos from July 2019. All right, let's get to the photos. Photos. Pictures of the Jeep.
You or your crime scene specialist are doing at the scene itself.
Arrived, myself, crime scene specialist Leishik, and Detective Olzak arrived to Rexburg, Idaho to process the Jeep on November 18th.
Here it is.
What do we see here?
That's a picture of the Jeep that was impounded at the Rexburg Police Department's impound building. If you notice on the door, around the door frame here, these red stickers, and I believe there's closer up pictures, but those are evidence seals. So again, you can't access that vehicle without
Oh, they actually put the stickers on the car. Oh, interesting.
damaging those seals.
Exhibit 50, does that again show some of those seals?
Yes, the integrity seals.
We had also heard and seen a photo from Dan Moss. Did this vehicle have a sticker here in this corner?
Yes,
Was that associated to Texas?
yes it is. Was.
51, is that sort of showing a closer up of those seals that the vehicle was still in that same shape from when it was impounded?
Yes, they're showing that all doors have been sealed.
Exhibit 52, can we see on this the tinting on this vehicle?
Yes,
Were you able to see into the vehicle
not without actually getting up close with a flashlight.
with a flashlight?
Yes.
All right, guys, this is what the window looks like.
Exhibit 53, closer up of the seals and the tinting on that window.
Very dark.
Now, at the time when this Jeep was impounded, was the rear tire on it?
When it was impounded, when it was located by Rexburg Police and then impounded, it was impounded as you see here, and it did have a wheel affixed to the back of the Wrangler.
Exhibit 55, showing that rear window and the tire and the seals there.
Yes.
And then again, showing the seals in 56. 57 is that sort of a whited out, and 58, a photo of the license plate.
Yes.
So that's the license plate that, again, was associated to Lori Vallow's Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Now, in Exhibit 6 here, we're seeing sort of how the rear window here that was described by Brandon as going up is able to move upward.
Yes, and if you look in the same picture towards the bottom left, you'll notice that the door actually has to be open because that door is what actually has the wheel affixed to it. If that wheel is not there, that window can be open without bumping into the wheel.
Okay, so in order to open the window, you guys had to actually open up the bottom, I'll call it for lack of a better word, door here,
Correct.
tailgate.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, when you were processing this vehicle, did you talk with Ms. Lashik about where you would like to collect the gunshot residue from?
Yes.
And when you were discussing where to collect it from, was this based upon what Brandon Boudreau had explained occurred on October 2nd?
Yes.
So your understanding was the shooter was inside the rear of the vehicle and the rifle was pointing out this back tailgate window area?
Correct. That back window opened up.
Oh, Okay, that explains so much more because we're like wondering like which window is it plastic windows? Can you actually roll the windows down? It's actually just this literally this back window, not the rear door window, but like the back window. Okay, because remember they also said that the car was parked funny. Typically, you know, in America we drive on the right side of the road when we're parallel parking, right? If you're on the right side of the road, your car should be facing well, how do I explain to you guys? But there's a specific way where your car has to be facing when you're parallel parking. The neighbor and then Brandon was saying that there was a Jeep that was parked there and it was facing the wrong way on the parallel parking. It was almost bumper to bumper to another vehicle, but like front bumper to front bumper, I'm assuming.
It partially and was fired from within that cab inside that Jeep Wrangler.
So based upon that, where did you want to collect the gunshot residue from?
I described to Ms. Lashik what I was looking for, and I wanted to focus primarily for the GSR collection to be in the back cab of that Jeep Wrangler where GSR might be present, so around the back window and the back frame of the interior of that Jeep.
Were you looking to,
I still don't know what color this fucking Jeep is. It looks green in some pictures, looks blue in some pictures, and then sometimes it looks really gray. I don't know. I can't even tell.
both rear and driver's side windows as
Yes.
one of the locations? Were you looking to both the passenger and driver's side front seats?
Yes,
Were you looking to the hard top of that Jeep?
yes,
And then the rear window, meaning this rear window?
yes. And as I believe I explained on Friday, it's an explosion of gas and particles. So anywhere within that area that was just identified, we were checking all those areas for GSR, gunshot residue.
When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th for GSR, at that time, did you know anything about whether or not the rear seat of this vehicle had been removed prior to the shooting?
I had no knowledge of the status of the back seat, no.
I'm going to put up 63 so we know what we're talking about. When this Jeep was impounded and you guys processed it, was the seat like this at that time?
Yes,
So when you're processing this Jeep on November 18th, you are unaware that this may have been removed at the time of the October 2nd shooting?
correct.
Okay. When you were processing this Jeep on November 18th, were you aware that the rear tire had been removed?
Yes,
Was that based upon your interview with Brandon Boudreaux?
yes,
Okay. And does that also make sense, given what you understand of how you could possibly open that rear window with or without the tire on there?
yes. And at this juncture, we also had the diesel license plate reader image that was presented earlier of the Jeep without a tire on the back.
All right, so when you're processing this on November 18th, you have what Brandon Boudreaux told you, that there was no tire on the back and the rear window opened, as well as that license plate reader from the DEA showing this Jeep with this license plate on I-40 without the rear tire.
Correct, 26 hours prior to the shooting.
Okay. So when we put Exhibit 61 up here, was GSR taken from the back of this driver's seat?
Yes,
Was GSR taken from the window over here?
yes,
Was GSR taken from the roof up here?
yes,
Putting up 62, is this the passenger side?
yes,
And again, was GSR taken from the back of this passenger seat?
yes,
Was GSR taken from this passenger side rear window
yes,
and from this headrest or rooftop there?
correct, yes.
While this was, let me ask you this, who actually took those little vials with the sticky tabs and pressed it against the rear seat or the window?
Crime scene, Lashik was the one who actually physically collected that GSR.
Were you off sitting in a corner eating a cheeseburger, or were you watching?
I was with her throughout the duration of the evidence collection of the
Were
Jeep.
you?
Were you eating a cheeseburger? You didn't answer the question. Were you eating a cheeseburger? You were watching her, but were you eating a cheeseburger? Also, cheeseburger sounds good right now. So fucking hungry.
Not only watching, but helping to ensure that she's collecting from the areas that you want collected?
That's correct, giving some instruction of what I wanted to collect. She's the one physically doing it, but I'm helping give instruction and guide for where and why.
So for instance, after Ms. Lashik would collect GSR or potential GSR from the back of, say, the passenger seat, did you observe her as she then closed up the vial and put the tape on that and documented where that came from?
I observed her package the collection, yes.
Did you also talk with crime scene specialist Lashik about where you wanted to attempt to collect biological material or DNA from the vehicle?
Yes,
And in that circumstance, where did you want to try to collect biological material or DNA from?
DNA, you want some vigorous connection. So the primary areas that were identified is going to be the steering wheel, the door handles to exit and enter the vehicle, the gear shift, and then the seatbelt buckles. And that was for both the driver's side and passenger side, because at this juncture, again, we don't know how many people we had involved. We had some ideas, but we didn't have a confirmation how many people.
Based upon the fact that you had that LPR read and Brandon saying that the rear tire was gone, did you also want to try to collect DNA from the lug nuts where the spare tire would go onto.
Yes, that was an additional location on the exterior of the vehicle, so where the back wheel was located.
Did you watch as crime specialist Tammy Lashik swabbed each of these areas that we've discussed?
Yes, I watched her swab, take the DNA swabs.
Did she follow the same process that you have explained of first putting on the gloves, the second pair? Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, she changed her gloves according to our practices.
Did you see her put the distilled water onto one of the Q-tips and, for instance, use that on the steering wheel?
Yes,
Did you see her then take the dry one and swab over the steering wheel with the dry swab?
yes,
Did you see her put those into the box?
yes,
And did you see her then seal and document each box after that collection?
yes.
Did you also watch Ms. Lashik process the Jeep for prints?
Yes,
And did she do the same method that you had described last Friday of trying to dust these different areas to look for the presence of any type of latent prints?
yes.
Were any prints recovered from the Jeep?
No fingerprints, viable fingerprints were located within the Jeep, and that can be dependent on material, the structure of what it is, if it's bumpy, if it's smooth. But there was nothing that was located where we were searching as far as viable fingerprints. But we did have the DNA and GSR at that point.
And for the fingerprints, were you looking in the driver's side interior windows?
Yes,
The vanity mirrors that are on the sunscreen?
yes,
The sort of pillar that's along the door frame there?
yes,
Rear view mirror?
yes,
And the same for the passenger side?
yes,
And then also that rear hatch window that had been pushed up?
yes,
And so those areas were processed and nothing of significance or of, that either you or Ms. Lashik felt was a latent print was recovered.
Dude, she's just chilling, man. She's just rocking back and forth, like she chilling over here.
nothing that was usable, correct.
We heard from Mr. Olzak that he was there. Did he remove the infotainment system before or after he did all these processing?
Removing of the infotainment system was the final thing to be removed or processed, if you will, from the Jeep Wrangler.
With each of these items that were collected, each gunshot residue kit, each swab that was taken, were all of those items sealed with integrity tape as each were collected there in Rexburg, Idaho, in that impound place?
Yes,
Now, you told us you went to Rexburg that day. Did you also, in the vehicle, note any documentation indicating inside the vehicle sort of the ownership of the vehicle?
yes, the vehicle's registration.
And was that to a Charles and Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And did that match the vehicle that you were looking at there, that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
yes, and I'm sorry I misspoke. In this particular picture, there's the insurance card, but yes.
You told us that each item of evidence is sealed with integrity, but then provided a impound number, correct?
Yes,
And that was done back at Gilbert Police Department?
correct.
Did you guys stay in Rexburg that night, or did you go directly back to Phoenix or Gilbert, I guess? Fly back to Arizona?
We traveled to Rexburg that morning and returned from Rexburg to Phoenix that morning, and that same morning, we returned from Rexburg to Phoenix, and ultimately to the Gilbert Police Department. So it was a one-day trip.
So we saw in the beginning that you guys began this around 10 a.m. in the morning. Do you recall approximately how long you were processing the Jeep?
I would have to estimate approximately 3 hours.
And so after that processing, you guys got back in a plane and came back to Arizona.
Correct.
Were those items of evidence then taken to the Gilbert Police Department to be impounded?
Yes.
Were there 2 GSR kits? Well, let me ask you this. Each gunshot residue kit, does that have 3 vials in the kit?
Yes.
And so are they all kept together in their own separate plastic bag?
Yes.
But each vial is individually sealed inside of there?
Correct.
And so were there 6 of those GSR vials used to process this Jeep?
Yes.
And then were there 2, I guess, kits impounded into property?
Yes.
And were they impounded as items 645-886 and 645-888?
Yes, and yes.
Were you present when those were impounded?
I was not.
Did you eventually send these items to be tested by, for instance, the GSR Phoenix Police Department?
Oh, hell no, not the levitation.
Yes.
It's like the what color is the dress meme from years ago. Now it's like what color is the Jeep? Oh gosh, the dress meme thing. What was the actual answer though? I think we actually did get an answer what color that fucking dress was, right?
And so when you send those, are you sending the sealed item that has the integrity tape on it, as well as the report number that was written on it by Ms. Lashik in your presence?
Yes.
So the only change would be that that sealed bag now was given these numbers when it was put into your system.
Correct.
And then did you use those numbers to send those items to, for instance, Phoenix Police Department?
Yes.
Again, for each of the swabs of the Jeep, were those each impounded individually?
Yes.
So each box that's then put in a paper envelope is impounded individually and given its own individual number.
That is correct.
And then did you use those numbers so that you could send those to the Mesa Police Department so that they could be tested?
Yes.
Did you then, when you were sending those to the Mesa Police Department, again, note that each of those integrity tapes are still intact as you are sending them to another agency to be processed?
Yes.
And did you then send to the Mesa Police Department the swab for the steering wheel as 645889
Yes.
and the swab for the passenger seat belt buckle as 645890
Yes.
and the swab for the driver's seat belt buckle as 645891
Yes.
and the swab for the gear shift as 645893 and
Yes.
the swab for the passenger interior door handle as 645894
Yes.
the swab for the lug nuts of that spare tire is 645895
Yes.
the swab for the driver's side interior door handle is 645896.
Yes.
We've also heard today about a blood blot, a sample of blood from Alexander Cox. Were you present when that was obtained on December 14th of 2019?
I was present for that, yes.
And was that obtained for a DNA comparison to those swabs that were taken from the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we've been discussing?
It was.
Is that also impounded into a packaging that has integrity seal on it as well?
Yes.
And was that then impounded with a property ID 647961?
Yes.
And is that the item that we heard this morning from Emmy Lynn Sapinoso that was sent to her for testing?
Yes.
As the case agent for this investigation, you told us that you have sent off those items for testing. That was part of your job, correct?
Yes.
Were you also responsible for writing search warrants to obtain cell phone records?
Yes.
When you are writing a search warrant to obtain cell phone records, is this a search warrant sent to a court to basically order these companies to send you records within those certain date ranges and items that they're to send you?
Yes, you complete an affidavit explaining your reasoning to request the warrant, send it to Superior Court for a judge to review, and if approved, that warrant will be signed, and then we will then serve, in this example here, to a phone company.
On December 4th of 2019, did you write a search warrant to Verizon for cell phone numbers 808-7
Yes.
480-489
Yes.
480-3
Yes.
and 480?
Yes.
So is Track Phone, I guess, one of the subsidiaries of Verizon?
Yes.
Do most of these phone companies, T-Mobile, AT&T,
Verizon sucks.
have sort of
I hate Verizon so much.
subsidiary type of companies
Oh, and AT&T. Fuck AT&T.
that are underneath them, I guess?
Yes, the company example being Verizon would be the umbrella company for some of these smaller organizations that sell and assign phones.
During your investigation, both by speaking with Chandler,
Wait, okay, I just got a sneak peek from my phone. Lori asked the detective what Tammy Lachuk was wearing that day. I'm sorry, I was looking at my iPhone. I get like the notifications.
Police Department, and looking into numbers that have been given out, did you associate the number 808-755 and 480-489-4652 as cell phone numbers associated to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
If I can have my both of them. I can have my paralegal approach with 177 and 176. Those two exhibits as the cell phone records, affidavits authenticating them, thumb drive of all the records, subscriber information for those two phone numbers.
All right, she's going to enter them in. Hopefully they show it on the screen for us to see. Please, please.
Of the records, a print off showing the subscriber for that appointment and responsible for scheduling the tinting with Dan's window tinting in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
Oh, so they have the phone call records for that?
Any objection?
Did you look at the call detail records for 480, 489?
What? What? The guy who posted that dress photo has been charged with the attempted murder of his wife? That dress was that of his mother-in-law? Wait, I thought it was a photo of his wife's dress. Wait a second. Hold on a second. I feel like I vaguely remember the attempted murder thing. Was that a couple months back? Sort of recent, right? Shit, what happened?
Call the phone number associated to Lori Vallow and the 480-351, the number associated to Alex Cox for October 2nd of 2019.
Yes, I did.
Here comes phone calls.
This is Exhibit 179. On these records, 179 being the records associated to Alex Cox, did you note phone call to the called number 480-489-4652?
Yes,
And that's the number associated with Lori Vallow?
that is her number, yes. Associated with her, yes.
Now we see here for time on October 2nd, a 9:02 a.m., correct?
Yes,
We see GMT minus 6. I'm going to pull in closer for this. Correct?
Can we see
Yes.
the screen?
Is that 9:02 a.m. Idaho time?
yes,
For Arizona time, is it GMT minus 7?
yes.
So Arizona time, would that be 8:02 a.m.?
That would be correct, yes.
So on October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m. Arizona time, this phone called Lori Vallow's phone?
Yes,
So Alex Cox's phone called Lori Vallow's phone.
that is correct.
Do the call detail records for Lori Vallow's phone show that same interaction between the two cell phones?
Yes, it does.
And so those were also contained in that exhibit?
Yes,
So this would have been approximately 30 minutes or 35 minutes after Brandon left his home.
Nope, not really. We're just continuing the direct examination of Detective Pillar, and he was basically saying that him and another person went to collect evidence from the Jeep, gunshot residue, DNA swabs, and now they're looking through phone calls.
There's a call between Alex Cox's cell phone and Lori Vallow's cell phone in Rexburg, Idaho.
in Rexburg, Idaho, yes. Approximately 35 minutes after Mr. Boudreau left his residence in Gilbert.
And did that phone call last about 24 minutes?
Yes,
In that search warrant, did you also obtain phone records for a 480-321-9866, a phone number associated to Melanie Boudreau?
yes,
And was that associated via Brandon Boudreau had provided that?
yes, that was her known number.
Is that also the number you had seen when you extracted Brandon's cell phone number as a contact for Melanie?
Yes,
While you were conducting this investigation, did you also obtain a search warrant for other phone numbers associated with Lori Vallow? For 480,
Ain't no way. He was trying to strangulate her. He was trying to strangle her on the floor. He was trying to strangle her on the floor. He was charged in 2023 and sentenced in 2024. He just got 4.5 years. Fuck.
692-9612.
Were they like fighting each other or some shit?
Nope.
What's his name?
yes,
And then during your, was that search warrant executed on December 28th for that phone number?
yes, it was.
As you went into 2020, were you advised by the FBI that they had executed a search warrant and located a track phone that was used during the time frame of the shooting in the area of the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona? Meaning track phone.
Actually, where is this? Because I am pretty surprised. Oh, Glasgow. Okay, because I feel like in America, like he would not get 4.5 years, probably way less. Damn, domestic abuse, trying to choke her out. Who's brandishing a knife, shouting somebody's gonna die? This sounds fucking crazy.
Used in the area of that October 2nd, 2019
Good.
shooting.
Give him 4.5 years. I feel like, here, like, he probably wouldn't have gotten 4.5 years. I don't know. I guess I don't really know the exact details of the case.
On Phelps.
Yes,
On February 21st, did you author a search warrant to obtain the cell phone records for track phone 304-960-5998?
yes.
Who
Whose
did
phone
you
is-
believe at that time in your based upon your investigation was using that phone?
That track phone, based on the information I had at the time and the data, belonged to Alexander Cox.
Sure. Did that, when you executed the search warrant to obtain those records, did you obtain an affidavit from TrackPhone authenticating those, as well as a thumb drive of the cell phone records themselves?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 180. Inside that exhibit, if you can just verify, did the track phone provide a print-off showing the track phone was purchased from a Walmart store, 5494?
Oh, how did he pass away?
It should be its own piece of paper.
Yes, I have. I'm looking at it right now here. But yes, I am familiar with this as well.
Does that exhibit contain a print-off showing that the track phone was purchased on September 25th of 2019 at a Walmart superstore in Idaho Falls, Idaho, store number 5494?
Yes.
And does it show the activation date of September 26th of 2019?
Yes.
And does that also contain a print-off of all of the call detail records for that track phone number?
Oh, God. They bought a burner phone. Went out of the way to buy a burner phone, but then still use their own car in this.
304-960-5998.
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 180.
Foundation.
All right, 180 is admitted.
Judge says nope.
When you looked at the call detail records, did they reflect that this phone was used from September 26th, when it was activated, until only October 2nd?
That is correct.
Wow.
After October 2nd, was there any other phone calls made or received by this phone?
No, that phone was no longer seen or activated after
Wow. So they were playing this for quite a few days.
that date.
Is this the phone number we're talking about, the 304-960-5998?
Yes.
When you looked through these call detail records, is there only one number that ever calls this track phone?
Yes.
Is that phone number the only number that ever calls it, 515-402-0143?
That is correct.
Is that the number that we previously heard Detective Nate Duncan testify as being associated to Chad Daybell?
That is correct, yes.
Looking at these call detail records, does this track
boy.
phone, the 304 number, call only one number itself?
Yes.
And is that number that is called by this track phone the 515-402-0143 number associated with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
So every call on this is either made by Chad Bell to this or to Chad Daybell.
That is correct.
And the call detail records, do they reflect that 515-402-0143 number associated as Chad Daybell calling and receiving calls from this leading up to the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, as well as immediately after it?
Yes, prior to the shooting and shortly after the shooting, yes.
When you obtained these records, as well as all these other
Do you think it was Chad speaking to Alex Cox, or you think it was Lori using Chad's phone to talk to her brother on the burner phone?
cell phone records, did you reach out to the FBI?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because the FBI has resources for cell phone data analysis and tracking purposes, and we
Oh, we're going to hear from the FBI agent next, I guess.
recognized at this juncture that we could use their assistance.
And what did you ask them to do with this information?
So with this information, I was able to get in contact with cellular analysis specialist with the FBI to provide them the data that I received for my warrant requests and then the responses I received from those companies. And the FBI was then able to assist with tracking locations of the devices during these particular timeframes where we know individuals were communicating with each other.
Did you ask the FBI to look at this track phone, the 304 number that was purchased at the Walmart in Idaho Falls and activated on September 26th?
Yes.
Did you ask the FBI to look at the phone number associated to Lori Vallow, the 480-489 number?
Yes.
And did you ask the FBI to look at Alex Cox's phone, the 480-351 number?
Yes.
And to map those around the time leading up to and after the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, I wanted to know what the phone activity was and location was for Lori Vallow, Alexander Cox, and the other phone believed to be used by Alexander Cox.
Did you also provide the FBI cellular analyst with that Gmail data that was obtained via search warrants
Yes.
for the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com associated to Alexander Cox?
Yes.
Homer J. Maximus.
I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Here comes Lori. We still haven't found out yet why the judge cleared everyone earlier, right? Lori, show us your infinite wisdom. Show me how it feels to be cross-examined by a goddess.
Detective Pillar, you're the case agent on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times have you been the case agent before this case in October 2nd, 2019?
As a detective case agent?
Correct.
I couldn't give you a specific number. I'd have to guess.
Okay, how about a guess?
I would give roughly a couple hundred, maybe more.
Okay. So you've been the case agent on a couple hundred cases?
Yes, on investigations both in the Special Victims Unit and within our Violent Crimes Unit.
And is it the responsibility of a case agent to know pretty much everything about their case?
We do the best we can, yes.
Is it your responsibility as the case agent to review all the reports done by the officers and lab techs?
Yes.
Is it your responsibility to question the findings that are done by your officers?
By the fellow detectives, yes. By the officers themselves, if I have some speculation or questions about the initial reports from responding officers, I might set up a meeting to talk with them. But as detectives, we're all within the same facility, so I usually can just talk with them about any questions I might have or requests I might have.
Okay.
Girl, what are you writing? I want to know.
And what color did Mr. Boudreau say the Jeep was when he was with Officer Marianne Robb?
When he was with Officer Robb, he described it as a green-colored Jeep.
And what was the color of the Jeep that was seen by witnesses in the neighborhood?
It was referred to as different colors. What I surmised it to be was a darker colored Jeep Wrangler.
So did you hear dark blue?
I do not remember specifically hearing dark blue, but I know that color has been brought up.
Could look like blue.
And is it your understanding that the color that Brandon pulled up on his phone to show the officers was camo green? Is that correct?
That's what was discussed by Officer Robb, but I was not privy to that actual conversation, and there was no supplement that I saw that indicated that.
So as the case agent, you did not watch the body cam with Officer Robb?
I watched all body-worn camera from this
Dude, you're so right. You should send her a box of egg rolls.
case.
And so in the body cam, you did not see him actually show it to Officer Robb and Officer Bullock that were standing there?
Not that I recall, but again, I watched many hours of body-worn camera footage, but I do not recall that specifically. No, I do not.
Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
If we want to take the time to watch that.
Are we going to do it?
But I'm also not disagreeing that it very well may have been said or shown to be a camo green.
So when is the first time you wrote in all of your reports that it was a gray Jeep? So where did you glean that information that the Jeep was gray?
The gray Jeep came about from my contact with the Chandler Police Department on October 9th.
So Brandon never told you it was a gray Jeep, is that correct?
I do not recall him ever describing it in the initial contacts as a gray Jeep, no.
And of the neighbors ever called it a gray Jeep also, is
I
that?
felt like he was a tiny bit snarky for a second, but then he like brought it, he like kind of like dialed it down really quickly or something. I don't know.
Correct?
Not to me, no.
Okay. According to the police report, it stated that they found glass in the road, but only one piece was photographed. Is that correct?
From the photos I've
Oh boy, here we go again. Did you test the glass? What if someone kicked the glass? Could it came from a Coke bottle?
seen, yes.
And then was that piece of glass that was found, one little piece, tested to see if it was actually glass from the window?
No.
And so did you just assume it was from the window?
With the time frame from the initial call for service to officer arrival and the consistency with the other shards of glass, I believed it to be related.
But you don't know that for sure at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Also, in the body cam, in about 7 or 8 seconds in, Brandon is seen moving glass with his feet and then walked out to the street with Officer Rob and Officer Bullock. So is it possible that he transported that piece of glass with his shoe?
Possible.
Speculation.
The answer will stand.
And were you present at the time when they did the comb of the neighborhood?
The line
Yes.
search, yes, I was present.
And how many people were in that line search?
Approximately 11, and they were all with the criminal investigations
This was already mentioned in direct.
division. It was all detectives, not patrol officers at that time.
And did you participate in that, in the line?
I did.
Okay. And was anything found in the line?
We're just repeating testimony. Ah!
Through that line search, no, we did not find any viable evidence, usable evidence that we believe were associated with the case.
And what were you actually looking for?
Quite honestly, anything, whether it be fragments of a bullet, which was the primary focus, glass shards that could be consistent with the damage to the vehicle. At this point in the initial investigation, this was our last act of searching the neighborhood. And this was, again, after the scene.
Because here's the thing, when attorneys, when they're doing their cross-examination, and if they sort of ask things again that were already kind of answered in direct, is because they're trying to bring it up again and they're trying to make a point to the jury. With Lori, I don't know, man. We asked some questions that was already asked on direct, and then she kind of moves on to the next thing. Same thing happens, and then moves to the next thing. I don't know if it's she just loses her steam and she's like, okay, all right, whatever, next question.
Investigation, the canvassing, the interviews. This was just one last walk around the neighborhood to see if we could identify anything.
About how long did that take, that line search?
Approximately 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And you had mentioned, or someone had mentioned before about the metal detector. Was that part of that walk or something separate?
Yes, that was both part of the walk and the investigation at the 3875 East Phelps address, within the glass, within the landscaping around the vehicle.
And who had that metal detector? Do you know which officer had that they were searching?
I couldn't say specifically who.
I would love to be the officer with the metal detector. That sounds so fucking fun. Can I have a metal detector, please? I might wander off to the beach, though. See ya.
But I know it was used.
Bye, bitches.
And the neighbors that were,
Yes, ma'am?
I know that Officer Rob had testified about talking to the neighbor, Samantha. Did you follow up with any of the neighbors yourself?
I did not follow up with any of the neighbors myself. Those tasks were delegated to fellow detectives in the days and weeks to follow.
And then, but they report to you, right? Is that correct?
If there's something that is helpful, yes. Many times if they go there, they'll simply say, hey, I knocked on X amount of doors and was unable to make contact with residents. Or if they have no findings, they'll simply just let me know I didn't find anything.
So anything helpful to go along with already what you thought had happened, though, is that correct?
Anything to say one way or the other. I mean, as detectives, we have to be neutral fact finders. We're not choosing one way or the other. We are following the evidence. In this case, with the evidence we had at that point, we were following our best leads.
And so did you learn from Officer Rob that the neighbor that she had got contact with said that the Jeep had a tire on the back?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I wasn't asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I was asking for the effect on the listener. Officer Rob,
Sustained.
Damn.
can I have a
shut down.
sidebar?
No, it's sustained. Next question.
Oh, Judge, we taking extra notes on this because you know what? I'm going to add this more into the motion to have you recuse yourself. This adds to my list.
In your
of the
estimation,
prejudice you have
Detective
against
Pillar,
me.
how far was the Jeep's when the supposed shot was taken?
With the information provided by Mr. Boudreau and the neighbors describing where this Jeep was located, where I believe, at least at the time, where that glass shard might be related in the roadway, I would guess, I don't want to guess because we didn't measure, and I don't know exactly where the individual was in the Jeep. What I can say is it was within a few feet. And when I say a few feet, I'm going to say 10 to 20 feet of a moving vehicle approaching where the projectile hit the Tesla.
Okay, and why were no measurements taken?
We didn't know exactly where that Jeep was located. We had an idea of where it was parked, but we didn't have an exact location for that Jeep, a specific spot.
If it was parked nose to nose with that white van, you kind of know exactly where it was parked,
We have a good idea of where it was at, absolutely.
but no measurements were taken.
No measurements.
No.
ma'am.
And what measures were taken to decide the trajectory?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, did the Gilbert Police Department ever decide
She wants the physics equation, y'all. Give her the physics equation.
on what the trajectory actually was?
No.
So were there tests done to find the trajectory?
No, because again, we don't have the exact placement, the height, the angle in which the projectile came from. And we can't determine that with just the hole in the Tesla that was since moved prior to police arrival.
Okay, so you can find out how tall the Jeep was, right?
No,
You cannot?
no.
And you don't know how tall the Tesla was?
The Tesla we could figure out at the time, but we did not measure the Tesla.
So no trajectory was ever really determined, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the hole in the car, in the Tesla, was approximately 1 inch wide and 2 inches long? Is that correct?
From the sticker, the letter A sticker, yes, that
Correct.
was like a 2-inch, I believe. Based on that, yes, I would say that hole was approximate size of 2 inches, but that doesn't include the scraping or the indentation that led into where that sticker was actually placed.
And then what type of bullet could make that kind of damage?
Check to expertise or knowledge, foundation.
Can you lay more foundation of how he would be able to make that opinion?
What was your determination of what kind of bullet would make a hole that large?
I don't have any ammunition training or certifications to provide that answer accurately.
But from your own shooting experience, would you have thought that was a rifle or a handgun?
In my experience and training, again, I don't have it in trajectory
That sigh, I love it.
or what particular bullets will do. What I do know is there's dozens of styles of bullets, whether it be a hollow point, full metal jacket, a frangible piece of ammunition. There's dozens of types of ammunition that are made, both of which can be utilized by a handgun or a rifle. The information I was provided, it at least seems that a rifle was the most reasonable weapon that was utilized to shoot at Mr. Boudreau's car, but to give an answer for the type of ammunition, whether it be coming from a specific weapon, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And you're the case agent, is that correct?
Yes?
This is your investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So did you not think it would be a good idea to do whatever kind of testing you could find out what kind of gun this was?
There would be no way to find out what kind of gun this was.
There's no way to determine if it was a rifle versus a handgun.
No.
There's no way to determine whether it was taken from 30 feet or 10 feet.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going up or going down.
No.
There's no way to determine if it was going left or it was going right.
There's evidence to show that it was going eastbound while the vehicle was traveling westbound.
You explained to us a little bit about what GSR was, right? So that's gunshot residue, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I do have a question though. Did fetch ever happen? Did people ever actually use fetch except for in Mean Girls?
And can gunshot residue be transferred from person to person?
Serious question.
The particulates that come from gunshot residue, and to be fair, I'm not a gunshot residue expert, but from the particulates that come from there, is it possible for transfer to be made? I don't know.
Okay. So can gunshot residue be transferred from person's hand to, say, clothing? If you wiped your hands off?
I don't know.
So do you know what gunshot residue is made up of, what the three elements are?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Are you aware that all three elements have to be present for it to actually be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object at this point to, again, this is outside his foundation. He's repeatedly said he's not a GSR expert.
He can answer if he knows.
I'll answer that I understand the collection of evidence, and I will acknowledge that I do not understand how to process the evidence in a lab. So I know when I'm collecting GSRs to collect, you mentioned three elements. I don't know how accurate that is, but I do know how to collect it, and I also do know where to submit it to be analyzed to confirm what elements are needed to confirm that a weapon was fired.
Okay. So having been a case agent hundreds of times,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure you've dealt with lots of gunshots, is that correct?
Not all cases were related to gunshots or homicides, but I have investigated other shootings and other violent crimes.
Have you ever swabbed someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Swabbed? No. Collected GSR? Yes.
From someone's hands?
Yes.
Because that's pretty typical, right? In a gun case where a gun has been fired?
Typical? I don't know if that's an appropriate word. Is it a tool or a evidence collection technique that can be utilized? Absolutely.
Okay. And so you're not aware that antimony, barium, and lead, all three have to be together for it to be gunshot residue?
I'm going to object again. There's an expert that will testify to
It's
this.
sustained. He said he doesn't know this.
She's so pissed.
Okay.
Trina's pissed. Ma'am, I've objected so many fucking times. Get it together. Okay.
You had testified earlier about being there with Tammy Lachik, is that correct, when she collected the samples for GSR?
Yes, she and I traveled to Rexburg together, and then we were at the property building in Rexburg together, yes.
Okay. And how many people were there present at that time?
There was myself, CSI Lashik, Detective Olzak, Detective Hermosillo, and I believe one or two other individuals from the Rexburg Police Department.
And did she note the number of swabs that she took at that time?
I'm going to object as to foundation swabs of what?
Was she taking, oh, sorry, I'll clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
Was she taking notes
Ooh, the sharpness in Miss Trina K's voice.
at the time when she was collecting those swabs?
Taking notes? No, but she was collecting the swabs and then again notating on the collection itself. So I guess if that's what you want to see as a note, then yes, but she didn't have a notebook with her where she was documenting everything.
She wasn't taking separate notes.
Thank you.
So the notes in her report are something she did possibly later?
Yes, I did not see her taking those notes, if you're referring to the images.
Okay. And then you flew up there together on a commercial airline?
No, myself, Ms. Lashik, and Detective
What does it matter if they flew together or not?
Olzak flew up there on a Arizona State government plane. So it was just the three of us and the two pilots on the flight.
So that's how you were able to go up and back at your leisure, kind of, in the same day?
In the same day, and this was
does
a result of Detective Olzak at the time being a detective with the Department of Public Safety, DPS. They utilize a state plane that's typically used for the governor. They have a couple planes. And because they were assisting our agency with the processing of a vehicle involved in an attempted homicide, the Arizona Department of Public Safety allowed us to use one of their private planes to fly to and from Rexburg, Idaho, to process our Jeep.
Okay. And you flew into actual Rexburg at the little airport?
They have a small runway, that's correct.
What does it matter? Why are we asking these questions?
And so you did not witness Ms. Lachik taking any separate notes besides what she wrote on the actual samples, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you remember what she was wearing that day, Ms. Lachik?
I
Why does it matter what she was wearing that day? All right, Corky, shut the fuck up. Give Lori a chance, I guess. I don't know. No, honestly, no, fuck that, because she went nowhere with them traveling together, and then what airport they landed in. I guess maybe they're trying to get at, like, did you have your eyes on Tammy Laychuk the entire time and make sure she wasn't drunk on the job? Did she show up to work disheveled in sweatpants? Like, I don't know.
Do not remember what she was wearing, no.
Objection, relevance, objection, relevance, objection, relevance.
Detective, are you familiar with the license plate readers?
I'm familiar with how, yes, I am familiar
And she moved on.
with LPR readers, but again, I'm not an expert in license plate readers.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many license plate readers are there in the city of Gilbert? Do you know?
I don't. I can tell you that's changed a lot over time because the technology's gotten greater and they're smaller and easier to use. So to answer the question of how many in Gilbert, I have no idea. But at the time, I don't believe many. But that is speculating. I don't know about the LPRs in Gilbert.
And then would you, as the case agent in this case, have access to those Gilbert readers? Like, could you call them up and say, hey, I'm a Gilbert detective and I need license plate readers?
I wish it was that fancy, but the reality is what we do is we have crime analysts, civilians that are working with our police department who have access to LPR readers and to criminal histories and things of that nature. So in cases like this, I had our crime analysts assist with requests for LPR hits for the LWD 0997 Texas plate.
And did you find any of those?
There were LPR hits, yes. There were
And-
multiple.
Where were they located?
The one that was presented was southbound in Holbrook on I-40.
Have you
There-
been to Holbrook before?
Have I been to Holbrook before?
Arizona?
If I have been, it's only passing through, so I don't believe, I've never stopped in Holbrook, I guess I'll say that.
Do you know how far away it is from here? From, well, say Gilbert, Arizona?
I do not know how far Holbrook is from Gilbert, Arizona. I know it's north of us.
And so, I'm sorry, where were the other ones that you said there were several? You said one was in Holbrook?
One was in Holbrook, that's the one that's, I know is presented. The other ones I do not have independent recollection of. They are documented in the police report.
So you don't have any documented in Gilbert, is that correct?
There were no LPR hits in Gilbert, I can tell you that.
And don't mind me, I'm just processing all my Amazon returns while she's doing this cross-examination. Just multitask.
None in Mesa?
None in Mesa.
None in Phoenix?
Not that I can recall.
None in Scottsdale?
None in Scottsdale.
None in Tempe?
None in local cities. They were all highway cameras that were involved in this.
So only Holbrook, Arizona, to your knowledge, and then Idaho?
Yes.
Is that correct?
There were some in Idaho as well, yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea, maybe you don't, but do you have any idea how long that they store that data? So like, as a detective, you go back and
Yeah,
say,
that's
I
fine
need
with
this,
them.
and they're like, well, we only have 30 days
And bring
back,
Showdown
or
first.
whatever.
I don't know
On
there's
no.
storage capacity or how long it lasts. And they are separate companies. Some are run by the government, some are run by private companies. So the retention period I am unaware of for these separate entities.
And who did you contact to find out about these LPRs? Who did you have to go to?
The crime analyst who contacted the respective agencies and private companies who operate those.
So crime analysts within your department?
Yes,
Okay, do you know who that was that you went through?
yes.
Can you tell us who that is?
Lori Orr.
Okay. So you call her and she calls them and they figure out the LPRs?
They provide her with the data. And it also, to go back to what you asked earlier, the retention period, they give it for every time this license plate is hit within their retention time. So there was multiple pieces of data that were returned for this license plate. Again, I don't know how the time frame was, but I was focused on the time around October 2nd of 2019.
And so in all of what you asked Lori Orr to get, you have this one in Holbrook, Arizona on October 1st, is that correct?
That is correct. The one that has been.
And
yes.
nothing in Gilbert
Correct?
on October 2nd.
Correct.
Nothing in Gilbert on October 3rd.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, technically you're right, but I'll let her recap. Go ahead.
Yes.
There were no LPR hits for that vehicle or that plate in the Phoenix metro area in the cities during that timeframe.
Timeframe meaning October 1st to October 3rd.
Yes, 2019, yes.
All right, so I actually have to pop out, and since court is already over, we're gonna read Nate's tweets. Thanks, Nate. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, where are we at? LPR. LPR. Where's the LPR shit? Metal detector. This is when they were asking about gunshot residue. Trina was getting pissed. Okay. Lori asked Pillar if he's been to Holbrook before. He has not. She asked how far away it is from Gilbert. He doesn't know. The license plate hit presented earlier today was in Holbrook. There was no LPR hits in Gilbert or Mesa, Pillar says. None were hit in local cities. They were all highway cameras. Lori asked how long license plate reader companies store the photos. He says he doesn't know. They were separate companies and their retention policies vary. Pillar asked his crime scene analyst to contact the LPR companies and see if they can get any hits on the Jeep. There were no hits October 1st through the 3rd, 2019 in the city of Phoenix or the surrounding areas. Lori asked how Pillar got the FBI involved in the case. He literally said it in fucking direct. After he consulted with Chandler police about the Jeep, he decided to reach out to FBI. Him and a detective from Chandler went to meet with the FBI in downtown Phoenix and they joined the case. Lori asked Pillar if he got a copy of Nicholas Balance's report. Oh, I can't wait to hear from this witness. Balance works for the FBI and is a witness in this trial, but has not testified yet. Pillar is unsure what report Lori is referencing. Lori begins asking questions about specifics in the report. Trina objects and says that is not in his report. It's another witness. Just sustains. Lori continues to ask a question. Judge asks for a sidebar. White noise is played in the courtroom as parties put on their headphones. If you use a white noise machine or app to help you fall asleep at night, your eyes may be getting heavy around now. Trust me on this. Yes, I blast white noise to fall asleep, or if I'm traveling and I don't have my white noise machine with me, it's mostly my air purifier that I have it on like blast. What I do is I go on YouTube and I listen to this, it's like airplane white noise. It sounds like you're in the cockpit, or not the cockpit, but it sounds like you're inside of an airplane and it's like really loud. It's just blaring noise. Like, I don't know. To me, it's like really comforting. Sidebar is over. Lori's advisory attorney removes a report from the witness stand. Lori asked Pillar if she ever received any information from Rich Robertson, the PI hired by Brandon. Pillar says they may have spoken early on. He doesn't remember the specific date, but he says it wasn't lengthy and they didn't communicate after that. Lori asked Pillar if he understands that Brian hired Robertson to track Melanie. Trina objects. The judge sustains. Lori asks why. Judge says it's hearsay and may open the door to something that she doesn't want. Uh-oh. So remember, Brian hires a PI because he was afraid that Lori and Alex were start to off people around in her life, right? So he hires a PI to track what Lori and Brandon were up to, just in case, if they were trying to possibly try to murder Brandon Boudreaux again. Because at this point, Charles was murdered and, the two kids, but of course, no one knew about the two kids around this time. Lori asked him what happened on the day of the shooting. He asked for more specifics. She asked who he spoke with when he arrived on the scene. This was already mentioned direct. He mentioned several names, and Lori asked who briefed him. Officer Rob was the first officer and was likely the one who briefed the detectives. Lori asked what happened after the briefing, and the other detectives began collecting evidence, and then Pillar went to introduce himself to Brandon and his friends. He interviewed Brandon in his vehicle where there was AC. Yay, air conditioning. Pillar's interview with Brandon was transcribed. There could be some transcription errors, Pillar says. The interview was around 40 minutes. Brandon then returned to his friends. Lori asked if he's aware that Brandon's friends were walking around the crime scene. He says there were times they had to go inside Brandon's house, which was allowed with supervision. Lori asked how long Pillar was at the scene. He says hours. He asked how the scene got wrapped up. He says after the line search, they started to clean up and he touched base with Brandon about keeping in touch. Lori asked him about Brandon's cell phone. Brandon completed a consent to search form and they basically made a digital copy of the phone. Again, like we already heard this in fucking direct, Lori. Jesus Christ, pay attention. This woman, she's probably not paying attention. She's probably like sitting there, probably writing all the lists and reasons why Judge Borowski is prejudiced and biased against her. It's like, ma'am, are you paying attention to what's happening in direct? Jesus. All right, y'all. So that's it for today. Thank you, Nate Eaton, for the tweets. I appreciate it. I will see you guys. I'm guessing tomorrow. I don't know if they're starting at 10:30, I guess, and then the live stream will probably be around like 11ish a.m. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm assuming maybe the FBI agent Nicholas Balance is going to testify tomorrow, and we have some more witnesses, and then afterwards we'll see if Lori decides to present anything, if she decides to call her own witnesses. Lori relies on incompetent people. Shows how intelligent you are, Lori. Now I see why Lori and Chad were only able to get less than 10 people in our cult. I wouldn't be able to get 10 people into my cult either. Well, I'll take the bet. Maybe if I start an egg roll cult. Do it. All right, guys. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out and watching this trial with me. And yeah, that's about it for today. I am going to go run some fucking errands before some of the stores close. I gotta head out. But other than that, guys, thanks for hanging out. And I will be posting the video about Donna Adelson and how she put in a motion in limine to have 2 of the state's witnesses should be excluded from testifying. One of them was a former close friend of Whitney Adelson, and the other one was a attorney / maybe friend of Dan Markel. So I will make a video and post it later on. And other than that, guys, I will see you guys later. Okay, you guys have a good one. Take care. I also got to catch up with the Karen Reed shit that happened today, and then some of Friday as well. So I'm a little bit behind with that. Bye, guys. Have a good one. Thank you so much for hanging out on Twitch and YouTube. You guys take care. Get some fresh air, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, y'all.